Section 17 of the Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. BUN to BY. Bunt. In India, an embankment, whence bunda head and bunda boat. Bundle up. The call to the men below to hurry up on deck. Bundling things into a boat, loading it in a slovenly way. To bungle, to perform a duty in a slovenly manner. Bongo, or bonga, a sort of boat used in the southern states of America, made of the bonga tree hollowed out. Bung starter, a stave shaped like a bat, which applied at either side of the bung causes it to start out. Also a sobriquet for the captain of the hold, also a name given to the master's assistant serving his apprenticeship for hold duties. Bung up and bilge free, a cask so placed that its bung stave is uppermost and it rests entirely on its beds. Bunk, a sleeping place in the fore-peak of merchantmen, standing bed places fixed on the sides between decks. Bunker, for stowing coal in steamers. Cellular spaces on each side which deliver the coal to the engine room. Wing bunkers below the decks, cutting off the angular side spaces of the hold and hatched over, are usually filled with sand, holystones, brooms, junk blocks, and etc., saving stowage. Bunt of a sail, the middle part of it, formed designedly into a bag or cavity, that the sail may gather more wind. It is used mostly in topsails because courses are generally cut square, or with but small allowance for bunt or compass. The bunt holds much leeward wind, that is, it hangs much to leeward. In handled or furled sails, the bunt is the middle gathering which is tossed up on the centre of the yard. To bunt a sail is to haul up the middle part of it in furling and secure it by the bunt gasket. Bunters, the men on the yard who gather in the bunt when furling sails. Bunt fair, before the wind. Bunt gasket, see gasket. Bunting, a name on our southern shores for the shrimp. Bunting or buntin, a thin woolen stuff of which the ship's colours, flags, and signals are usually made. Bunt jigger, a small gun tackle purchase of 2 single blocks, one fitted with 2 tails, used in large vessels for bowsing up the bunt of a sail when furling, a peculiar combination of 2 points fitted to a spar to which it is hooked. Buntline cloth, the lining sewed up the forepart of the sail in the direction of the buntline to prevent the rope from chafing the sail. Buntline kringle, an eye worked into the bolt rope of a sail to receive a buntline. This is only in top-gallant sails and is seldom used now. In the merchant service, all buntlines are generally passed through an eyelet hole in the sail and clinched round its own part. Buntlines, ropes attached to the foot ropes of topsails and courses, which, passing over and before the canvas, turn it up forward, and thus disarm the force of the wind. At 1/3 from each clew, eyelet holes are worked in the canvas, and by grummets passed through, a toggle is secured on both bights. To this buntline toggle the buntline attaches by an eye or loop. When the sails are loosed to dry, the bowlines, unbent from the bridles, are attached to these toggles and haul out the sails by the foot ropes, like tablecloths. The buntline is rove through a block at the masthead, passes through the buntline span attached to the tie blocks on the yard to retain them in the bunt, or amidships, down before all, and looped to the toggles aforesaid. By aid of the clew lines, reef tackles, and buntlines, a topsail is taken in or quieted if the sheets carry away, but more especially by the buntlines, as the wind has no hold then to belly the canvas. Buntline spans, short pieces of rope with a thimble in one end, the other whipped. The buntlines are rove through these thimbles. They are attached to the tie blocks to keep the sail in the bunt when hauled up. Buntline toggles, see buntlines and toggle. Bunt slab lines, reeve through a block on the slings of the yard or under the top, and pass abaft the sail, making fast to its foot. Their object is to lift the foot of a course so as to see underneath it, or to prevent it from chafing. Something of the same kind is used for topsails to keep them from rubbing on the stays when flapping in a calm. Buoy, a sort of closed cask or block of wood, fastened by a rope to the anchor to show its situation after being cast, that the ship may not come so near it as to entangle her cable about its stock or flukes. To buoy a cable is to make fast a spar, cask, or the like, to the bight of the cable, in order to prevent its galling or rubbing on the bottom. When a buoy floats on the water, it is said to watch. When a vessel slips her cable, she attaches a buoy to it in order afterwards to recover it. Thus the blockading squadrons off Brest and in Basque roads frequently slipped by signal, and each, in beautiful order, returned and picked up their cables. To stream the buoy is to let it fall from the ship's side into the water, which is always done before the anchor is let go, that it may not be fouled by the buoy rope as it sinks to the bottom. Buoys of various kinds are also placed upon rocks or sandbanks to direct mariners where to avoid danger. Buoyancy, capacity for floating lightly, center of buoyancy in naval architecture, the mean center of that part of the vessel which is immersed in the water. See center of cavity. Buoyant, the property of floating lightly on the water. Buoy rope, the rope which attaches the buoy to the anchor, which should always be of sufficient strength to lift the anchor, should the cable part. It should also be little more in length than equal to the depth of the water at high water, where the anchor lies. To bend the buoy rope, pass the running eye over one fluke, take a hitch over the other arm and seize, or take a clove hitch over the crown on each arm or fluke, stopping the end to its own part, or to the shank. Buoy rope knot, used where the end is lashed to the shank, a knot made by unlaying the strands of a cable-laid rope, and also the small strand of each large strand, and after single and double walling them, as for a stopper knot, worm the divisions and round the rope. Burbot, a freshwater fish, Mulva lota, in esteem with fishermen. Burden is the quantity of contents or number of tons weight of goods or munitions which a ship will carry when loaded to a proper sea trim, and this is ascertained by certain fixed rules of measurement. The precise burden or burthen is about twice the tonnage, but then a vessel would be deemed deeply laden. Burg, the Anglo-Saxon bur, a word connected with fortification in German, as in almost all the Teutonic languages of Europe. In Arabic, the same term, with the alteration of letter, bur, signifies primarily a bastion, and by extension any fortified place on a rising ground. This meaning has been retained by all northern nations who have borrowed the word, and we, with the rest, name our towns once fortified, burgs or boroughs. Burgal, a fish of the American coasts from 6 to 12 inches long. It is also called the blue perch, the chockset, and the nibbler, the last from its habit of nibbling off the bait thrown for other fishes. Burgee, a swallow-tailed or tapered broad pennant. In the merchant service it generally has the ship's name on it. Burgomaster, in the Arctic Sea a large species of gull, Larus glaucus. Burgonet, a steel headpiece or kind of helmet. Shakespeare makes Cleopatra, alluding to Antony, exclaim, quote, "The demi-atlas of this earth, the arm and burgonet of men." End quote. In the second part of Henry VI, Clifford threatens Warwick, quote, "And from thy burgonet I'll rend thy bear, and tread it under foot with all contempt." End quote. Bourgoule, a seafaring dish made of boiled oatmeal seasoned with salt, butter, and sugar. See loblolly and skilly. Burley, the butt end of a lance. Burley twine, a strong and coarse twine or small string. Burn or bourne, the Anglo-Saxon term for a small stream or brook, originating from springs and winding through meadows, thus differing from a beck. Shakespeare makes Edgar say in King Lear, "Come o'er the bourne, Bessie, to me." The word also signifies a boundary. To burnetize, to impregnate canvas, timber, or cordage with Sir William Burnet's fluid, a solution of chloride of zinc. Burn the water, a phrase denoting the act of killing salmon in the night with a lister and lighted torch in the boat. Burn trout, a northern term for a small species of river trout. Burr, the iris or hazy circle which appears round the moon before rain, also a Manx or Gaelic term for the wind blowing across on the tide. Also the sound made by the Newcastle men in pronouncing the letter R. Burrel, a long-range shot, consisting of bits of iron, bullets, nails, and other matters, got together in haste for a sudden emergency. Burrock, a small weir over a river, where wheels are laid for taking fish. Burr pump, a name of the bilge pump. Burser, see purser. Burst, the explosion of a shell or any gun. Burthen, see burden. Burton, a small tackle rove in a particular manner. It is formed by two blocks or pulleys with a hook block in the bight of the running part. It is generally used to set up or tighten the shrouds, whence it is frequently termed a top burton tackle, but it is equally useful to move or draw along any weighty body in the hold or on the deck, as anchors, bales of goods, large casks, etc. See Spanish burton. The burton purchase, also runner purchase, which see. Bush or bouche, a circular shouldered piece of metal, usually of brass, let into the lignum vitae sheaves of such blocks as have iron pins, thereby preventing the sheave from wearing without adding much to its weight. The operation of placing it in the wood is called bushing or coking, though the last name is usually given to smaller bushes of a square shape. Brass bushes are also extensively applied in the marine steam engine work, also in artillery the plug, generally of copper on account of the superior resistance of that metal to the flame of exploded gunpowder, having a diameter of about an inch and an equal length to the intended length of the vent, screwed into the metal of the gun at the place of the vent, which is then drilled in it. Guns may be rebushed when the vent has worn too large, by the substitution of a new bush. Bush, the forests in the West Indies, Australia, etc. Bushed, cased with harder metal, as that inserted into the holes of some rudder braces or sheaves in general to prevent their wearing. Bushed block, see coke. Busking, piratical cruising, also used generally for beating to windward along a coast or cruising off and on. Bus, a small, strong-built Dutch vessel with two masts, used in the herring and mackerel fisheries, being generally of 50 to 70 tons burden. Bust head, sea head. Busy as the devil in a gale of wind. Fidgety restlessness or double diligence in a bad cause, the imp being supposed to be mischievous in hard gales. Butt, a northern name for a flounder or plaice, also a conical basket for catching fish. Butcher's bill, a nickname for the official return of killed and wounded, which follows an action. Buttus Carley, the early name for the sea officers in the British Navy, see equipment. Butt, the joining of two timbers or planks endways, also the opening between the ends of two planks when worked, also the extremities of the planks themselves when they are united or abutt against each other. The word likewise is used to denote the largest end of all timber. Planks under water as they rise are joined one end to another. In large ships butt ends are most carefully bolted, for if any one of them should spring or give way, the leak would be very dangerous and difficult to stop. To start or spring a butt is to loosen the end of a plank by the ship's weakness or labouring. Butt heads are the same with butt ends. Butt is also a mark for shooting at, and the hind part of a musket or pistol, also a wine measure of 126 gallons. Butt and butt, a term denoting that the butt ends of two planks come together, but do not overlay each other. See hook and butt and hook scarf. Butt end, the shoulder part of a firelock. Butterbox, a name given to the brig traders of lumpy form from London, Bristol, and other English ports, a cant term for a Dutchman. Butterbump, a name of the bittern in the north. Butterfingered, having a careless habit of allowing things to drop through the fingers. Buttle, an eastern county name for the bittern. Buttock, the breadth of the ship astern, from the tuck upwards. It is terminated by the counter above, by the bilge below, by the stern post in the middle, and by the quarter on the side. That part abaft the after body which is bounded by the fashion pieces, and by the wing transom, and the upper or second waterline. A ship is said to have a broad or narrow buttock, according to her transom convexity under the stern. Buttock lines. In shipbuilding, the longitudinal curves at the rounding part of the after body in a vertical section. Button, the knob of metal which terminates the breech end of most guns, and which affords a convenient bearing for the application of handspikes, breechings, etc. To make buttons. A common, time-honoured, but strange expression for sudden apprehension or misgiving. Buttress, in fortification, see counterforts. Butt shaft, or butt bolt, an arrow without a barb, used for shooting at a butt. Butt slinging a bowsprit, see slings. Buksish, a gratuity in Oriental trading. Buzzing, sometimes used for booming, which see. By, on or close to the wind. Full and by, not to lift or shiver the sails, wrap full. By and large, to the wind and off it, within 6 points. Bycat, a northern term for a male salmon of a certain age, because of the beak which then grows on its under jaw. Byless, an old spelling for bill, which see. Bernie, early English for body armour. Berth, the old expression for tonnage, see burden or burthen. Bysa, an ancient gun for discharging stones at the enemy. Bysis, the silken filaments of any of the bivalved mollusks which adhere to rocks, as the pinna, mytilus, etc. The silken bysis of the great pinna or wing shell is woven into dresses. In the Chamagigas it will sustain 1,000 pounds. Also the woolly substance found in damp parts of a ship. By the board, over the ship's side. When a mast is carried away near the deck, it is said to go by the board. By the head, when a ship is deeper forward than abaft. By the lee, the situation of a vessel going free, when she has fallen off so much as to bring the wind round her stern, and to take her sails aback on the other side. By the stern, when the ship draws more water abaft than forward, see by the head. By the wind, is when a ship sails as nearly to the direction of the wind as possible, see full and by. In general terms, within 6 points, or the axis of the ship is 67½ degrees from the direction of the wind. By wash, the outlet of water from a dam or discharged channel. End of section 17. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 18 of A Sailor's Workbook by W.H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. CA to CAN. Cag. Sea cag. Cabane, a flat-bottomed passage boat of the Loire. Cabbage. Those principally useful to the seamen are the esculent cabbage tree, Areca oleracea, which attains to a great height in the West Indies. The sheaths of the leaves are very close and form the green top of the trunk 1.5 feet in length. This is cut off and its white heart eaten. Also the Cramba maritima, sea kale or marine cabbage growing in the west of England. Cabin. A room or compartment partitioned off in a ship where the officers and passengers reside. In a man of war, the principal cabin in which the captain or admiral lives is the upper after part of the vessel. Cabin boy, a boy whose duty is to attend and serve the officers and passengers in the cabin. Cabin lecture, see jobation. Cabin mate, a companion when two occupy a cabin furnished with 2 bed places. Cable, a thick, strong rope or chain which serves to keep a ship at anchor. The rope is cable laid, 10 inches in circumference and upwards, those below this size being hawsers, commonly of hemp or coir, which latter is still used by the Calcutta pilot brigs on account of its lightness and elasticity. But cables have recently and all but exclusively been superseded by iron chain. A shot of cable, 2 cables spliced together. To coil a cable, to lay it in fakes and tiers one over the other. To lay a cable, see laying. To pay cheap the cable, to hand it out apace, to throw it over. To pay out more cable, to let more out of the ship. To serve or plait the cable, to bind it about with ropes, canvas, etc., to keep it from galling in the hawse pipe. See rounding, keckling, etc. To splice a cable, to make 2 pieces fast together by working the several yarns of the rope into each other. With chain it is done by means of shackles. To veer more cable, to let more out. Cable bends. 2 small ropes for lashing the end of a hempen cable to its own part in order to secure the clinch by which it is fastened to the anchor ring. Cable bitted, so bitted as to enable the cable to be nipped or rendered with ease. Cable bits, see bits. Cable buoys, peculiar casks employed to buoy up rope cables in a rocky anchorage, to prevent their rubbing against the rocks, but they are also attached to the end of a cable when it is slipped, with the object of finding it again. Cable enough, the call when cable enough is veered to permit of the anchor being brought to the cathead. Cable hanger, a term applied to any person catching oysters in the River Medway, not free of the fishery, and who is liable to such penalty as the mayor and citizens of Rochester shall impose upon him. Cable-laid rope is a rope of which each strand is a hawser-laid rope. Hawser-laid ropes are simple 3-strand ropes, and range up to the same size as cablets, as from 3/4 to 9 inches. See rope. Cable sheet, sheet cable, the spare bower cable belonging to a ship. Sheet is deemed standby and is also applied to its anchor. Cable's length, a measure of about 100 fathoms, by which the distances of ships in a fleet are frequently estimated. This term is frequently misunderstood. In all marine charts, a cable is deemed 607.56 feet, or 1/10 of a sea mile. In rope making, the cable varies from 100 to 115 fathoms. Cabelet, 120 fathoms. Hawser-laid, 130 fathoms, as determined by the Admiralty in 1830. Cable stage, a place constructed in the hold or cable tier for coiling cables and hawsers on. Cable stream, stream cable, a hawser or rope something smaller than the bower, used to move or hold the ship temporarily during a calm in a river or haven, sheltered from the wind and sea, etc. Cable tier, the place in a hold or between decks where the cables are coiled away. Kabobbled, confused or puzzled. Kabobs or kebab, the Turkish name for small fillets of meat broiled on wooden spits. The use of the term has been extended eastward, and in India signifies a hot spiced dish of fish, flesh, or fowl. Cabons, see caburns. Caboose or cambus, the cookroom or kitchen of merchantmen on deck, a diminutive substitute for the galley of a man of war. It is generally furnished with cast iron apparatus for cooking. Cabotage, Italian, sailing from cape to cape along a coast, or the details of coast pilotage. Caburns, spun rope yarn lines for worming a cable, seizing winding tacks, and the like. Cacao, Spanish, the plant Theobroma, from which what is commonly termed cocoa is derived. Cackle or keckle, to apply a particular kind of service to the cable. See keckling. Cache, a hidden reservoir of provision, to secure it from bears, in Arctic travel, also a deposit of despatches, etc. Cade, a small barrel of about 500 herrings, or 1,000 sprats. Cadence, the uniform time and space for marching, more indispensable to large bodies of troops than to parties of small-armed men, yet an important part even of their drill, the regularity requisite in pulling. Cadet, a volunteer who, serving at his own charge to learn experience, waits for preferment, a designation recently introduced for young gentlemen formerly rated volunteers of the first class, properly the younger son in French. To cage, to carry. Cager, a carrier. Kedge may be a corruption as being carryable. Caesar's penny, the tip given by a recruiting sergeant. Kafila, see kafila. Cage, an iron cage formed of hoops on the top of a pole and filled with combustibles to blaze for 2 hours. It is lighted 1 hour before high water and marks an intricate channel navigable for the period it burns, much used formerly by fishermen. Cage rock, an old term for a ship's upper works. Caique, or cake, a small Levantine vessel, also a graceful skiff seen in perfection at Constantinople, where it almost monopolizes the boat traffic. It is fast, but crank, being so narrow that the oars or sculls have their looms enlarged into ball-shaped masses to counterbalance their outboard length. It has borne for ages the wave line now brought out in England as the highest result of marine architecture. It may have from 1 to 10 or 12 rowers. Cairban, a name in the Hebrides for the basking shark. Cairn, piles of stones used as marks in surveying. Caisson, or caisson, an adopted term for a sort of float sunk to a required depth by letting water into it. When it is hauled under the ship's bottom, receives her steadily, and on pumping out the water, floats her. These were long used in Holland, afterwards at Venice and in Russia, where they were known as camels, which see. Caisson is also a vessel fitted with valves, to act instead of gates for a dry dock, used also in pontoons, which see. Cake ice, ice formed in the early part of the season. Calabash. Cucurbita, a gourd abundant within the tropics, furnishing drinking and washing utensils. At Tahiti and the Sandwich Islands they attain a diameter of 2 feet. There is also a calabash tree, the fruit not exceeding the size of oranges. Calabas, an early kind of light musket with a wheel lock. Bourne mentions it in 1578. Callaloo, a dish of fish and vegetables. Calamus, see rattan. Calanca, a creek or cove on Italian and Spanish coasts. Calavances, Phaseolus vulgaris, haricot French, small beans sometimes used for soup instead of peas. To calculate. This word, though disrated from respectability by American misuse, signified to foretell or prophesy. It is thus used by Shakespeare in the first act of Julius Caesar, to calculate the ship's position, either from astronomical observations or rate of the log. Calendar, a distribution of time. See almanac. Calendar time, on which officers' bills are drawn. Calf, a word generally applied to the young of marine mammals, as the whale. Calf in the Arctic regions, a mass of floe ice breaking from under a floe, which when disengaged rises with violence to the surface of the water. It differs from a tongue, which is the same body kept fixed beneath the main floe. The iceberg is formed by the repeated freezing of thawed snow running down over the slopes until at length the wave from beneath and weight above causes it to break off and fall into the sea, or as termed in Greenland, to calve. Thus berg is freshwater ice, the work of years. The floe is salt water frozen suddenly each winter and dissolving in the summer. Calf or calva, a Norwegian name, also used in the Hebrides for islets lying off islands, and bearing a similar relation to them in size that a calf does to a cow, as the calf at Mull and the calf of Man. Calfat, the old word for caulking. Calfater, French, probably from cale, wedge, and faire, to make. To wedge up an opening with any soft material as oakum. Calfatear, Spanish. Caliber or caliber, the diameter of the bore of a gun, cannon, shot, or bullet. A ship's caliber means the known weight her armament represents. Calipash, the upper shell of a turtle. Callipee, the under shell of a turtle. Caliver, a handgun or arquebus, probably the old name of the matchlock or carabine, precursors of the modern firelock or Enfield rifle. See calabash. Call, a peculiar silver pipe or whistle used by the boatswain and his mates to attract attention and summon the sailors to their meals or duties by various strains, each of them appropriated to some particular purpose, such as hoisting, heaving, lowering, veering away, belaying, letting go a tackle fall, sweeping, etc. This piping is as attentively observed by sailors as the bugle or beat of drum is obeyed by soldiers. The coxswains of the boats of French ships of war are supplied with calls to "in bow oar," or "of all," "oars," etc. Calipers, bow-legged compasses used to measure the girth of timber, the external diameter of masts, shot, and other circular or cylindrical substances. Also an instrument with a sliding leg, used for measuring the packages constituting a ship's cargo, which is paid for by its cubical contents. Call the watch. This is done every 4 hours, except at the dog watches, to relieve those on deck also by pipe. All the watch, or all the starboard or the port, first, second, third, or fourth watches. Comm. There being no wind stirring, it is designated flat, dead, or stark, under each of which the surface of the sea is unruffled. Comm latitudes, that tropical tract of ocean which lies between the northeast and southeast trade winds. Its situation varies several degrees, depending upon the season of the year. The term is also applied to a part of the sea on the polar side of the trades, between them and the westerly winds. Calvered salmon, salmon prepared in a peculiar manner in early times. Calf's tongue, a sort of moulding usually made at the caps and bases of round pillars to taper or hance the round part to the square. Camber, the part of a dockyard where cambering is performed and timber kept, also a small dock in the royal yards for the convenience of loading and discharging timber, also anything that curves upwards, to camber, to curve ship planks. Camber keeled, keel slightly arched upwards in the middle of the length, but not actually hogged. Camboose, a form of caboose, which see. Camels. All large ships are built at St. Petersburg in a dockyard off the granite quay, where the water is shallow. Therefore a number of camels or caissons are kept at Kronstadt for the purpose of carrying them down the river. Camels are hollow cases of wood constructed in 2 halves so as to embrace the keel and lay hold of the hull of a ship on both sides. They are first filled with water and sunk in order to be fixed on. The water is then pumped out, when the vessel gradually rises, and the process is continued until the ship is enabled to pass over the shoal. Similar camels were used at Rotterdam about 1690. Came to, brought to anchor. Camphor. See chamfer. Camisado, a sudden surprise or assault of the enemy. Cammock, a very early term for crooked timber. Camp, the whole extent of ground on which an army pitches its tents and lodges. See decamp. To camp or camp out. In American travel, to rest for the night without a standing roof, whether under a light tent, a screen of boughs, or any makeshift that the neighborhood may afford. Campaign, a series of connected operations by an army in the field, unbroken by its retiring into quarters. Campaigner, a veteran soldier. Camp equipage, see equipage. Camper, see kemp. Campesson, see gambison. Camp fight, see acre. Can, a tin vessel used by sailors to drink out of. Canage or canache, an inner port as at Grenada in the West Indies. Canal boat, a barge generally towed by horses, but furnished with a large square sail for occasional use. Can bodies, the old term for anchor buoys, now can buoys. Can buoys are in the form of a cone, and therefore would countenance the term cone buoys. They are floated over sands and other obstructions in navigation as marks to be avoided. They are made very large to be seen at a distance. Where there are several, they are distinguished by their color, as black, red, white, or checkered, etc. Cancelled ticket. One rendered useless by some subsequent arrangement or clerk's error. In either case the word cancelled is to be written across in large characters and due record made. The corner cut off cancels good character, yet they are a certificate for time. Cancer. The crab, the fourth sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 21st of June and commences the summer solstice. Candle bark, a cylindrical tin box for candles. Cane. The rattan, Calamus rudentum, is extensively used in the East for rigging, rope, and cables. The latter have remained for years at the bottom of the sea uninjured by tornado or any destructive crustacea. The cables, too, resist any but the sharpest axes, when used to connect logs as booms to stop the navigation of rivers. Canvas. The old word for hempen canvas, but many races, even the Chinese, make sails entirely of cane. The Americans frequently use cotton and term that cloth duck. In the islands of the South Pacific it is made from the bark of various trees, grasses, etc. Can hooks. They are used to sling a cask by the chimes, or ends of its staves, and are formed by reeving the two ends of a piece of rope or chain through the eyes of two flat hooks, and there making them fast. The tackle is then hooked to the middle of the bight. Canister shot. See case shot. Cannikin. A small drinking vessel. Cannon. The well-known piece of artillery, mounted in battery on board or on shore, and made either of brass or iron. The principal parts are, first, the breech, together with the cascable and its button, called by seamen the pomelion. The breech is of solid metal from the bottom of the concave cylinder or chamber to the cascable. Second, the trunnions, which project on either side, and serve to support the cannon, hold it almost in equilibrio. Third, the bore, or caliber, is the interior of the cylinder, wherein the powder and shot are lodged when the cannon is loaded. The entrance of the bore is called the mouth or muzzle. It may be generally described as gradually tapering, with the various modifications of first and second reinforce and swell, to the muzzle or forward end. See gun. Cannonade. The opening and continuance of the fire of artillery on any object attacked. Battering with cannon shot. Cannon parer. An ancient piece of ordnance used in ships of war for throwing stone shot. Cannon petronel. A piece of ordnance with a 6-inch bore which carried a 24-pound ball. Cannon rifled. Introduced by Captain Blakely, Sir W. Armstrong, and others. Cannon royal. A 60-pounder of 8½ inches bore. See cartoon. Cannon serpentine. An old name for a gun of 7 inches bore. Canoe. A peculiar boat used by several uncivilized nations, formed of the trunk of a tree, hollowed out, and sometimes of several pieces of bark joined together, and again of hide. They are of various sizes according to the uses for which they are designed, or the countries to which they belong. Some carry sail, but they are commonly rowed with paddles, somewhat resembling a corn shovel, and instead of rowing with it horizontally as with an oar, they manage it perpendicularly. In Greenland and Hudson Bay, the Eskimo limits of America, skin boats are chiefly in use under the name of kayak, umiak, baidar, etc. Canopus. The Lucida of Argo Navis, and a Greenwich star. Also a city of classical importance, visited by the heroes of the Trojan War, the reputed burial place of the pilot of Menelaus, etc. But as some ancient places have been so fortunate as to renew their classical importance in modern times, so this, under the modern name of Abu Qeir, has received a new stamp of fate by its overlooking, like Salamis, the scene of a naval battle which also led to a decision of the fate of nations. In this bay Nelson, at one blow, destroyed the fleet of the enemy and cut off the veteran army of France from the shores of Egypt. The Canopian mouth of the Nile was the most westerly of all the branches of that celebrated river. Canopy. a light awning over the stern sheets of a boat. To cant, to turn anything about, or so that it does not stand square, to diverge from a central right line. Cant the boat or ship, that is, for careening her. Cant, a cut made in a whale between the neck and the fins, to which the cant purchase is made fast, for turning the animal round in the operation of flensing. Cantara, a watering place. Cant blocks, the large purchase blocks used by whalers to cant the whales round under the process of flensing. Cant body, an imaginary figure of that part of a ship's body which forms the shape forward and aft, and whose planes make obtuse angles with the midship line of the ship. Canteen, a small tin vessel for men on service to carry liquids, also a small chest containing utensils for an officer's messing, also a kind of suttling house in garrisons. Cantera, a Spanish fishing boat. Cant falls, see spike tackle. Cant hook, a lever with a hook at one end for heavy articles. Cantic coins, short three-edged pieces of wood to steady casks from labouring against each other. Canting ballast is when by a sudden gust or stress of weather a ship is thrown so far over that the ballast settles to leeward and prevents the ship from righting. Canting lever, see console bracket. Cant line, synonymous with girt line, as to cant the top over the lower masthead. Cantonments, troops detached and quartered in different towns and villages near each other. Cant purchase, this is formed by a block suspended from the mainmast head, and another block made fast to the cant cut in the whale. See cant blocks. Cant ribbons, those ribbons that do not lie in a horizontal or level direction. Cant rope, see fore cant. Cant spar, a handmast pole fit for making small masts or yards, booms, etc. Cant timbers, they derive their name from being canted or raised obliquely from the keel. The upper ends of those on the bow are inclined to the stem, as those in the after part incline to the stern post above. In a word, cant timbers are those which do not stand square with the middle line of the ship. They may be deemed radial bow or stern timbers. Canvas, from cannabis, hemp, a cloth made from hemp and used for the sails of ships. It is purchased in boats and numbered from 1 to 8, rarely to 9 and 10. Number 1 being the coarsest and strongest, is used for the lower sails as foresail and mainsail in large ships. When a vessel is in motion by means of her sails, she is said to be under canvas. Canvasback duck, an American wild duck, Fuligula vallisneria, which takes this name from the color of the back feathers, much esteemed as a delicacy. Canvas climber, a word used by Marston for a sailor who goes aloft. Hence Marina tells Leonine, quote, and, clasping to a mast, endured a sea that almost burst the deck, and from the ladder tackle washed off a canvas climber. End quote. End of section 18. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 19 of the Sailor's Word Book by W.H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. CAP to CAR. Cap, a strong, thick block of wood having 2 large holes through it, the one square, the other round, used to confine 2 masts together when one is erected at the head of the other in order to lengthen it. The principal caps of a ship are those of the lower masts, which are fitted with a strong eye-bolt on each side, wherein to hook the block by which the topmast is drawn up through the cap. In the same manner as the topmast slides up through the cap of the lower mast, the top-gallant mast slides up through the cap of the topmasts. When made of iron, the cap used to be called a krantz. To cap a masthead is placing tarpaulin guards against weather. The term is applied to any covering such as lead put over iron bolts to prevent corrosion by sea water, canvas covers over the ends of rigging, etc., etc. Also pieces of oak laid on the upper blocks on which a vessel is built to receive the keel. They are split out for the addition of the false keel, and therefore should be of the most free-grained timber. Also the coating which guards the top of a quill tube. Also the percussion priming for firearms. Cap à pied, armed from head to foot. To cap, to puzzle or beat in argument. To salute by touching the head covering, as Shakespeare makes Iago's friends act to Othello. It is now more an academic than a sea term. Cap à barre, an old term for misappropriating government stores. See Marryat's novels. Capsize, a corrupt form of capsize. Capacity, burden, tonnage, fitness for the service, rating. Cape, a projecting point of land jutting out from the coastline, the extremity of a promontory, of which last it is the secondary rank. It differs from a headland, since a cape may be low. The Cape of Good Hope is always familiarly known as the Cape. Cape was also used for a rum line. To cape, to keep a course. How does she cape? How does she lie her course? Cape Flyaway, a cloud bank on the horizon, mistaken for land, which disappears as the ship advances. Sea fog. Cape Hen, see Mollymock. Capella, the Lucida of Auriga, and a nautical star. Cape Merchant, Capo, an old name for supercargo in early voyages, as also the head merchant in a factory. Cape Pigeon, or Cape Petrel, a seabird which follows a ship in her passage round the cape, the Procellaria capensis, see Pintados. Caper, a light armed vessel of the 17th century used by the Dutch for privateering. Caper corner way, diagonally. Cap full of wind, a light flaw which suddenly careens a vessel and passes off. Capital of a work, in fortification an imaginary line bisecting its most prominent salient angle. Capitana, formerly the principal galley in a Mediterranean fleet, the admiral's ship. Capitulation, the conditions on which a subdued force surrenders, agreed upon between the contending parties. Caplin or capelin, a fish of the family Clupeidae, very similar to a smelt, frequently imported from Newfoundland dried. It is the general bait for codfish there. Captain, the way in which some address the commanders of merchant vessels. Capon, a jeering name for the red herring. Caponnière, in fortification, a passage across the bottom of the ditch, covered at the least by a parapet on each side, and very generally also with a bomb-proof roof, when it may be furnished with many guns, which are of great importance in the defence of a fortress, as the besieger can hardly silence them till he has constructed batteries on the brink of the ditch. Capote, a good storm coat with a hood, much worn in the Levant, and made of a special manufacture. Capanus, the worm which adheres to and gnaws the bottom of a ship, to prevent which all ships should be sheathed with copper. Capped, a ship making against a race or very strong currents. Capricornus, the 10th sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 21st of December and opens the winter solstice. Cap scuttle, a framing composed of combings and head ledges, raised above the deck, with a top which shuts closely over into a rabbet. Cap shore, a supporting spar between the cap and the trestle tree. To capsize, to upset or overturn anything. Cap square, the clamp of iron which shuts over the trunnions of a gun to secure them to the carriage, having a curve to receive 1/3 part of the trunnion, the other 2 being sunk in the carriage. It is closed by forelocks. Capstan, cabestan, capstern, capstan, etc. A mechanical arrangement for lifting great weights. There's a variety of capsterns, but they agree in having a horizontal circular head which has square holes round its edge, and in these long bars are shipped, and are said to be swifted when their outer ends are traced together, Beneath is a perpendicular barrel, round which is wrapped the rope or chain used to lift the anchor or other great weight, even to the heaving a ship off a shoal. Now, in most ships where a capstern is used to lift the anchor, the chain cable is itself brought to the capstern. The purchase or lifting power is gained by the great sweep of the bars. A perpendicular iron spindle passes through the whole capstern, and is stepped into a socket on the deck below the one on which it stands. In some cases capsterns are double in height, so that bars may be worked on 2 decks, giving more room for the men. Capstan. To come up the capstan, in one sense, is to lift the pawls and walk back, or turn the capstan the contrary way, thereby slackening or letting out some of the rope on which they have been heaving. The sudden order would be obeyed by surging or letting go any rope on which they were heaving, synonymous to come up the purchase. Capstan. To heave at the capstan, to urge it round by pushing against the bars as already described. To man the capstan, to place the sailors at it in readiness to heave. To pawl the capstan, to drop all the pawls into their sockets, to prevent the capstan from recoiling during any pause of heaving. To rig the capstan, to fix the bars in their respective holes, thrust in the pins to confine them, and reeve the swifter through the ends. Surge the capstan is the order to slacken the rope which is wound round the barrel while heaving, to prevent it from riding or fouling. This term specially applies to surging the messenger when it rides, or when the 2 lashing eyes foul on the whelps or the barrel. Capstan bar pins. Pins inserted through their ends to prevent their unshipping. Capstan barring. An obsolete sea punishment in which the offender was sentenced to carry a capstan bar during a watch. Capstan bars. Long pieces of wood of the best ash or hickory, one end of which is thrust into the square holes in the drumhead like the spokes of a wheel. They are used to heave the capstan round by the men setting their hands and chests against them and walking round. They are also held in their places in the drumhead holes by little iron bolts called capstan or safety pins, to prevent their flying out when the surging overcomes the force of the men. Many men have been killed by this action, and more by the omission to pin and swift. Capstan room. See room. Capstan step. See step of the capstan. The men march round to the tune of a fiddle or fife, and the phrase of excitement is, "Step out, lads, make your feet tell." Captain's swifter. A rope passed horizontally through notches in the outer ends of the bars and drawn very tight. The intent is to steady the men as they walk round when the ship rolls, and to give room for a greater number to assist by manning the swifters, both within and without. Captain. This title is said to be derived from the Eastern military magistrate, catapan, meaning over everything, but the term capitano was in use among the Italians nearly 200 years before Basilius II appointed his catapan of Apulia and Calabria, Anno Domini 984. Hence the corruption of the Apulian province into capitanata. Among the Anglo-Saxons the captain was ship-hleford, or ship's lord. The captain, strictly speaking, is the officer commanding a line of battle ship, or a frigate carrying 20 or more cannon. The captain in the Royal Navy is answerable for any bad conduct in the military government, navigation, and equipment of his ship, also for any neglect of duty in his inferior officers, whose several charges he is appointed to regulate. It is also a title, though incorrectly, given to the masters of all vessels whatever, they having no commissions. It is also applied in the navy itself to the chief sailor of particular gangs of men, in rank captain of the forecastle, admiral's coxswain, captain's coxswain, captain of the hold, captain of maintop, captain of foretop, etc. Captain, a name given to the crooner, crowner, or grey gurnard, Trigula gurnardus. Captain of a merchant ship is a certificated officer in the mercantile marine, entrusted with the entire charge of a ship, both as regards life and property. He is in no way invested with special powers to meet his peculiar circumstances, but has chiefly to depend upon moral influence for maintaining order amongst his passengers and crew during the many weeks or even months that he's cut off from appeal to the laws of his country, only resorting to force on extreme occasions. Great tact and judgment is required to fulfill this duty properly. Captain of a ship of war is the commanding officer as well as the post captain, a title now disused, as those whose proper title is commander. Captain of the fleet is a temporary admiralty appointment. He is entitled to be considered as a flag officer, and to a share in the prize money accordingly. He carries out all orders issued by the commander-in-chief, but his special duty is to keep up the discipline of the fleet in which he is supreme. He is the adjutant general of the force, hoisting the flag and wearing the uniform of rear admiral. Captain of the head. Not a recognized rating, but an ordinary man appointed to attend to the swabs and to keep the ship's head clean. Captain of the hold. The last of the captains in rank as a first-class petty officer. Captain of the port. The captain of the port is probably better explained by referring to that situation at Gibraltar. He belongs to the Board of Health. He controls the entries and departures, the berthing at the anchorage, and general marine duties, but possesses no naval authority. Hence the port captain is quite another officer. See port captain. Captain General, the highest army rank. Captain's clerk. One whose duty is strictly to keep all books and official papers necessary for passing the captain's accounts at the Admiralty. Captain's cloak. The jocose name given to the last sweeping clause, the 36th article of war, quote, "All other crimes not capital, and for which no punishment is hereby directed to be inflicted, shall be punished according to the laws and customs in such cases used at sea." End quote. Captain's gig. See gig. Captain's storeroom. A place of reserve on the platform deck for the captain's wines and sea stores. Captive. A prisoner of war. Captors. The conquerors of and sharers in the proceeds of a prize. Captors are not at liberty to release prisoners belonging to the ships of the enemy. The last survivor is in law the only captor. Capture. A prize taken by a ship of war at sea is the taking forcible possession of vessels or goods belonging to one nation by those of a hostile nation. Vessels are looked on as prizes if they fight under any other standard than that of the state from which they have their commission. If they have no charty party, manifest, or bill of lading, or if loaded with effects belonging to the king's enemies, or even contraband goods. Whether the capture be lawful or unlawful, the insurer is rendered liable to the loss. Car. A north country word, denoting any swampy land surrounded by enclosures and occasionally under water. Carabineer, one who uses the carabine. Carrack, carrack or carrack, a large ship of burden, the same with those called galleons. Hippus, the Tyrian, is said to have first devised carracks, and honorary vessels of prodigious bulk for traffic or offence. Karakora, a proa of Borneo, Ternate, and the Eastern Isles, also called Karakol by early voyagers. Karamusal, a Turkish merchant ship with a pink stern. Caravel or Caravela, a Portuguese despatch boat, lateen-rigged, formerly in use. It had square sails only on the foremast, though dignified as a caravella. Caravelao, a light pink-sterned vessel of the Azores. Carbas, see Carbats. Carbine, a name in our northern isles for the basking shark. Carbine or carabine, a firearm of less length and weight than a musket, originally carrying a smaller ball, though latterly, for the convenience of the supply of ammunition, throwing the same bullet as the musket, though with a smaller charge. It has been proper to mounted troops since A.D. 1556, and has been preferred to the musket as a weapon for the tops of ships as well as boats. Carcass, an iron shell for incendiary purposes, filled with a very fiercely flaming composition of saltpetre, sulphur, rosin, turpentine, antimony, and tallow. It has 3 vents for the flame, and sometimes is equipped with pistol barrels so fitted in its interior as to discharge their bullets at various times. Carcass of a ship. The ribs, with keel, stem, and sternpost, after the planks are stripped off. Carcatos, from caricato, Italian, a law term for a freighted ship. Card, the dial or face of the magnetic compass card. Quote, "Reason the card, but passion is the gale," end quote, by Pope, probably derived from cardinal. Cardinal points, the general name by which the north, east, south, and west rhumbs of the horizon are distinguished. Cardinal points of the ecliptic, the equinoctial and solstitial points, namely the commencement of Aries and Libra, and of Cancer and Capricornus. Cardinal signs, the zodiacal signs which the sun enters at the equinoxes and solstices. Cardinal winds, those from due north, east, south, and west points of the compass. To careen, a ship is said to careen when she inclines to one side, or lies over when sailing on a wind, off her keel or carina. Careening, the operation of heaving the ship down on one side by arranging the ballast, or the application of a strong purchase to her masts, which require to be expressly supported for the occasion to prevent their springing. By these means one side of the bottom, elevated above the surface of the water, may be cleansed or repaired. See breaming. But this operation is now nearly superseded by sheathing ships with copper, whereby they keep a clean bottom for several years. Careening beach, a part of the strand prepared for the purpose of a ship's being grounded on a list or careen to repair defects. Carfindo, one of the carpenter's crew. Cargo, the merchandise a ship is freighted with. Cargo book, the master of every coasting vessel is required to keep a cargo book, stating the name of the ship, of the master, of the port to which she belongs, and that to which she is bound, with a roll of all goods, shippers, and consignees. In all other merchant ships the cargo book is a clean copy of all cargo entered in the gangway book, and shows the mark, number, quality, and, if measurement goods, the dimensions of such packages of a ship's cargo. Caricatore, places where the traders of Sicily take in their goods, from caricare, to load. Carina, an old term from the Latin for the keel or a ship's bottom. The North Country term keel means an entire vessel. Quote, "So many keels touched the strand," end quote. See keel. Carl, or male hemp. See fimble, or female hemp. Carl crab, the male of the black-clawed crab, Cancer pagurus, also of the partan or common crab. Carline knees, timbers going athwart the ship from the sides to the hatchway, serving to sustain the deck on both sides. Carlines or carlings, pieces of timber about 5 inches square, lying fore and aft along from one beam to another. On and athwart these the ledges rest, whereon the planks of the deck and other portions of carpentry are made fast. The carlines have their end let into the beams, called culver tailwise, or scored in pigeon fashion. There are other carlines of a subordinate character. Carlino, or Caroline, a small silver coin of Naples, value 4d. English. 10 carlini make a ducat in commerce. Carntangle, a long and large fucus, thrown on our northern beaches after a gale of wind in the offing. Carus, a sort of gallery in ancient ships which turned on a pivot. It was hoisted to a given height by tackles, and thus brought to project over or into the vessel of an adversary, furnishing a bridge for boarding. Carp, a well-known freshwater fish of the Cyprinidae family, considered to have been introduced into England in the time of Henry VIII, but in Dame Berner's book on angling, published in 1486, it is described as the daintiest fish in England. Carpenter, ship carpenter. A shipbuilder, an officer appointed to examine and keep in order the hull of a ship and all her appurtenances. Likewise the stores committed to him by indenture from the storekeeper of the dockyard. The absence of other tradesmen whilst a ship is at sea, and the numerous emergencies in which ships are placed requiring invention, render a good ship's carpenter one of the most valuable artisans on board. Carpenter's crew consists of a portion of the crew provided for ship carpentry and ship building. In ships of war there are 2 carpenter's mates and 1 caulker, 1 blacksmith, and a carpenter's crew, according to the size of the ship. Carpenter's storeroom, an apartment built below on the platform deck for keeping the carpenter's stores and spare tools in. Carpenter's yeoman, see yeoman. Carpet knight, a man who obtains knighthood on a pretence for services in which he never participated. Carpet men, those officers who without services or merit obtain rapid promotion through political or other interest and are yet declared highly meritorious and distinguished. Car, see car. Carack, caraca, carack, or carrick, a name given by the Spaniards and Portuguese to the vessels they sent to Brazil and the East Indies, large, round-built, and fitted for fight as well as burden. Their capacity lay in their depth, which was extraordinary. English vessels of size and value were sometimes also so called. Carrara, the great northern diver, Colymbus glacialis. Carree, a Manx or Gaelic term for the scud or small clouds that drive with the wind. Carriage of a gun, the frame on which it is mounted for firing, constructed either exclusively for this purpose or also for travelling in the field. Carriages for its transport only are not included under this term. The first kind only is in general use afloat, where it usually consists of 2 thick planks called brackets or cheeks, laid on edge to support the trunnions and resting, besides other transverse connections, on 2 axle trees, which are borne on low, solid wooden wheels called trucks, or sometimes, to diminish the recoil, on flat blocks called chocks. The hind axle tree takes, with the intervention of various elevating arrangements, the preponderance of the breech. The second kind is adapted for field and siege work. The shallow brackets are raised in front on high wheels, but unite behind into a solid beam called the trail, which tapers downwards, and rests on the ground when in action, but for travel is connected to a 2-wheeled carriage called a limber, which see. Gun carriages are chiefly made of elm, for shipboard, as less given to splinter from shot, and of oak on shore. Wrought iron, however, is being applied for the carriages of the large guns recently introduced, and even cast iron is economically used in some fortresses little liable to sudden counter-battery. Carrick, an old Gaelic term for castle or fortress, as well as for a rock in the sea. Carrick bend, a kind of knot formed on a bight by putting the end of a rope over its standing part and then passing it. Carrick bits, the bits which support the ends or spindles of the windlass, whence they are also called windlass bits. Carried, taken, applied to the capture of forts and ships. Carronade, a short gun capable of carrying a large ball, and useful in close engagements at sea. It takes its name from the large iron foundry on the banks of the Carron, near Falkirk in Scotland, where this sort of ordnance was first made, or the principle applied to an improved construction, shorter and lighter than the common cannon, and having a chamber for the powder like a mortar. They are generally of large calibre and carried on the upper works as the poop and forecastle. Carronade slide, composed of 2 wide balks of elm on which the carronade carriage slides. As the slide is bolted to the ship's side and is a radius from that bolt or pivot, carronades were once the only guns which could be truly concentrated on a given object. To carry, to subdue a vessel by boarding her, to move anything along the decks. See lash and carry as relating to hammocks. Also to obtain possession of a fort or place by force. Also the direction or movement of the clouds. Also a gun is said to carry its shot so many yards. Also a ship carries her canvas and her cargo. To carry away, to break, as that ship has carried away her foretopmast, that is, has broken it off. It is customary to say, we carried away this or that, when knocked, shot, or blown away. It is also used when a rope has been parted by violence. Carrying on duty. The operations of the officer in charge of the deck or watch. Carrying on the war. Making suitable arrangements for carrying on the lark or amusement. To carry on. To spread all sail, also beyond discretion or at all hazards. In galley slang, to joke a person even to anger, also riotous frolicking. Carry the keg. See keg. Carte blanche. In the service sense of the term, implies an authority to act at discretion. Cartel. A ship commissioned in time of war to exchange the prisoners of any two hostile powers, or to carry a proposal from one to the other. For this reason she has only one gun, for the purpose of firing signals, as the officer who commands her is particularly ordered to carry no cargo, ammunition, or implements of war. Cartel also signifies an agreement between two hostile powers for a mutual exchange of prisoners. In late wars, ships of war fully armed, but under cartel, carried commissions for settling peace as flags of truce. Cartel ships, by trading in any way, are liable to confiscation. Cartoon. The ancient cannon royal, carrying a 66-pound ball, with a point-blank range of 185 paces, and an extreme one of about 2,000. It was 12 feet long and of 8½ inches diameter of bore. Cartouche box. The accoutrement which contains the musket cartridges, now generally called a pouch. Carteau. See cart piece. Cart piece. An early battering cannon mounted on a peculiar cart. Cartridge. The case in which the exact charge of powder for firearms is made up, of paper for small arms, of flannel for great guns, or of sheet metal for breech-loading muskets. For small arms generally the cartridge contains the bullet as well as the powder, and in the case of most breech-loaders, the percussion priming also. In the case of some very light pieces the shot is included, and then named a round of fixed ammunition, and for breech-loading guns some sort of lubricator is generally enclosed in the forward end of the cartridge. Cartridge box. A cylindrical wooden box with a lid sliding upon a handle of small rope, just containing one cartridge, and used for its safe conveyance from the magazine to the gun, borne to and fro by powder monkeys, boys of old. The term is loosely applied to the ammunition pouch. Carrouel. See carvel. Carved work. The ornaments of a ship which are wrought by the carver. Carvel. A light, lateen-rigged vessel of small burden, formerly used by the Spaniards and Portuguese. Also a coarse sea blubber, on which turtles are said to feed. Carvel built. A vessel or boat, the planks of which are all flush and smooth, the edges laid close to each other and caulked to make them watertight, in contradistinction to clinker-built, where they overlap each other. Carry. See Mother Carey's chicken. Procellaria pelagica. End of section 19. Read by Czandra.
Section 20 of the Sailor's Word Book by W.H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. Cas to CB. Cascable. That generally convex part of a gun which terminates the breech end of it. The term includes the usual button which is connected to it by the neck of the cascable. Cascade. A fall of water from a considerable height, rather by successive stages than in a single mass, as with a cataract. Casco. A rubbish lighter of the Philippine Islands. Case. The outside planking of the ship. Casebook. A register or journal in which the surgeon records the cases of all the sick and wounded who are placed under medical treatment. Casemate. In fortification, a chamber having a vaulted roof capable of resisting vertical fire, and affording embrasures or loopholes to contribute to the defence of the place. Without these it would be merely a bomb-proof. Caserne. often considered as synonymous with barracks, but more correctly small lodgements erected between the ramparts and houses of a fortified town, to ease the inhabitants by quartering soldiers there, who are also in better condition for duty than if living in various parts. Case shot, common, also called canister shot, adapted for close quarters if the enemy be uncovered. It consists of a number of small iron balls, varying in weight and number, packed in a cylindrical tin case fitting the bore of the gun from which it is to be fired. Burrel, langrage, and other irregular substitutes may be included under the term. Spherical case shot are officially called shrapnel shell, which see. Cashiered, sentenced by a court-martial to be dismissed the service. By such sentence an officer is rendered ever after incapable of serving the sovereign in any position, naval or military. Casing, the lining, veneering, or planking over a ship's timbers, especially for the cabin beams, the sheathing of her. Also a bulkhead round a mast to prevent the interference of cargo or shifting materials. Casing cover. In the marine steam engine is a steam-tight opening for the slide valve rod to pass through. Cask, a barrel for fluid or solid provisions. See stowage. Caskets, properly gaskets, small ropes made of sinnet and fastened to grummets or little rings upon the yards. Their use is to make the sail fast to the yard when it is to be furled. Cassava or cassera, a species of the genus Jatropha janifa, well known to seamen as the cassava bread of the West Indies. Tapioca is produced from the Jatropha manihot. Caution is necessary in the use of these roots, as the juice is poisonous. The root used as chew sticks to cleanse the teeth and gums by the negroes produces a copious flow of frothy saliva. Cast, a coast term meaning fore, as applied to haddocks, herrings, etc., also the appearance of the sky when day begins to break, a cast of pots, etc., a cast when a ship's yards are braced, a cast preparatory to weighing, also condemned, cast by survey, etc. To cast, to fall off, so as to bring the direction of the wind on one side of the ship, which before was right ahead. This term is particularly applied to a ship riding head to wind when her anchor first loosens from the ground. To pay a vessel's head off or turn it is getting under way on the tack she is to sail upon, and it is casting to starboard or port according to the intention. To cast anchor, to drop or let go the anchor for riding by, synonymous with to anchor. To cast a traverse, to calculate and lay off the courses and distances run over upon a chart. To cast off, to let go at once, to loosen from. Cast, a short boat passage. Castaway, shipwrecked. Castaways, people belonging to vessels stranded by stress of weather, men who have hidden themselves or are purposely left behind when their vessel quits port. Casting accounts, seasickness. Cast knees, those hanging knees which compass or arch over the angle of a man-of-war's ports, rider, etc. Castle, a place strung by art or nature, or by both, a sort of little citadel. See forecastle, aft castle, etc. Castle rights, particular artificers employed in the erection of the early ships' castles. Cast-offs, landsmen's clothes. Cast of the lead, the act of heaving the lead into the sea to ascertain what depth of water there is. See also heave the lead and sounding. The result is a cast. Get a cast of the lead. Castor, Alpha Gemini, a well-known nautical star in the zodiac which has proved to be a double star. Castor and Pollux, fiery balls which appear at the mastheads, yardarms, or sticking to the rigging of vessels in a gale at sea. See compassant and corposant. Castrametation, the art of planning camps and selecting an appropriate position in which the main requirement is that the troops of all arms should be so planted in camp as immediately to cover their proper positions in the line of battle. Cast the wrong way. See wrong way. Casualties, in a military sense, comprehends all men who die, are wounded, desert, or are discharged as unfit for service. Cat, a ship formed on the Norwegian model and usually employed in the coal and timber trade. These vessels are generally built remarkably strong, and may carry 600 tons, or in the language of their own mariners, from 20 to 30 keels of coals. A cat is distinguished by a narrow stern, projecting quarters, a deep waist, and no ornamental figure on the prow. Catalan, a small Spanish fishing boat. Catamaran, a sort of raft used in the East Indies, Brazils, and elsewhere. Those of the island of Ceylon, like those of Madras and other parts of that coast, are formed of 3 logs. The timber preferred for their construction is the dup wood, or chernemaram, the pine varnish tree. Their length is from 20 to 25 feet, and breadth 2.5 to 3.5 feet, secured together by means of 3 spreaders and cross-lashings through small holes. The centre log is much the largest, with the curved surface at the fore end, which tends and finishes upwards to a point. The side logs are very similar in form and fitted to the centre log. These floats are navigated with great skill by 1 or 2 men in a kneeling position. They think nothing of passing through the surf which lashes the beach at Madras and other parts of these coasts, when even the boats of the country could not live upon the waves. They are also propelled out to the shipping at anchor, when boats of the best construction and form would be swamped. In the monsoons, when a sail can be got on them, a small outrigger is placed at the end of 2 poles as a balance, with a bamboo mast and yard, and a mat or cotton cloth sail, all 3 parts of which are connected, and when the tack and sheet of the sail are let go, it all falls fore and aft alongside, and being light is easily managed. In carrying a press of sail, they are trimmed by the balance lever, by going out on the poles so as to keep the log on the surface of the water and not impede its velocity, which in a strong wind is very great. Catanadromi, migratory fishes which have their stated times of going from fresh water to salt and returning as the salmon, etc. Catapult, a military engine used by the ancients for throwing stones, spears, etc. Cataract, the sudden fall of a large body of water from a higher to a lower level, and rather in a single sheet than by successive leaps, as in a cascade. Catascopia, small vessels anciently used for reconnoitring and carrying dispatches. Catbeam, this, called also the beakhead beam, is the broadest beam in the ship, and is generally made of 2 beams, tabled and bolted together. Catblock, a 2 or 3-fold block, with an iron strop and large hook to it, which is employed to cat or draw the anchor up to the cat head, which is also fitted with 3 great sheaves to correspond. Catch, a term used among fishermen to denote a quantity of fish taken at one time. Catch a crab, in rowing, when an oar gets so far beneath the surface of the water that the rower cannot recover it in time to prevent his being knocked backwards. Catch a turn there, belay quickly. Catch fake, an unseemly doubling in a badly coiled rope. Caterer, a purveyor and provider of provisions, now used for the person who takes charge of and regulates the economy of a mess. See accater. Catfall, the rope rove for the cat purchase, by which the anchor is raised to the cat head or catted. Catfish, a name of the sea wolf, Anaricus lupus. Catgut, a term applied to the sea laces or fucus filum. See sea catgut. Cat harpings or catharpin legs, ropes under the tops at the lower end of the futtock shrouds, serving to brace in the shrouds tighter, and affording room to brace the yards more obliquely when the ship is close hauled. They keep the shrouds taut for the better ease and safety of the mast. Cathead. The cathead passes through the bow bulwark, obliquely forward on a radial line from the foremast, rests on the timbers even with the waterway, passes through the deck, and is secured to the side timbers. It is selected from curved timber. Its upper head is on a level with the upper rail. It is furnished with 3 great sheaves, and externally strengthened by a cat-head knee. It not only is used to lift the anchor from the surface of the water, but as it looks forward, the cat-block is frequently lashed to the cable to aid by its powerful purchase when the capstan fails to make an impression. The cat-fall rove through the sheaves, and the cat-block furnish the cat-purchase. The cat-head thus serves to suspend the anchor clear of the bow when it is necessary to let it go. The knee by which it is supported is generally ornamented with carving, termed also a cat-head bracket. Cat-holes, places or spaces made in the quarter for carrying out fasts or springs for steadying or heaving astern. Cat-hook, a strong hook which is a continuation of the iron strop of the cat-block, used to hook the ring of the anchor when it is to be drawn up or catted. Cat-lap, a common phrase for tea or weak drink. Cat-o'-nine-tails, an instrument of punishment used on board ships in the navy. It is commonly of 9 pieces of line or cord, about half a yard long, fixed upon a piece of thick rope for a handle and having 3 knots on each, at small intervals nearest one end. With this, the seamen who transgress are flogged upon the bare back. Catraia. The catraia of Lisbon and Oporto, or pilot surf-boats, are about 56 feet long by 15 feet beam, impelled by 16 oars. Cat-rig, a rig which in smooth water surpasses every other, but being utterly unsuited for sea or heavy weather, is only applicable to pleasure boats, who can choose their weather. It allows one sail only, an enormous fore and aft mainsail, spread by a gaff at the head and a boom at the foot, hoisted on a stout mast which is stepped close to the stem. Cat-rope, a line for hauling the cat-hook about, also cat-back rope, which hauls the block to the ring of the anchor in order to hook it. Cat's paw, a light air, perceived at a distance in a calm, by the impressions made on the surface of the sea, which it sweeps very gently, and then passes away, being equally partial and transitory. Old superstitious seamen are seen to scratch the backstays with their nails and whistle to invoke even these cat's paws, the general forerunner of the steadier breeze. Cat's paw is also a name given to a particular twisting hitch, made in the bight of a rope, so as to induce 2 small bites, in order to hook a tackle on them both. Also, good-looking seamen employed to entice volunteers. Cat's skin, a light partial current of air, as with the cat's paw. Cat's tail, the inner part of the cat-head that fays down upon the cat-beam. Cat-stopper or cat-head stopper, a piece of rope or chain rove through the ring of an anchor to secure it for sea, or singled before letting it go. Cat-tackle, a strong tackle used to draw the anchor perpendicularly up to the cat-head, which latter is sometimes called cat. Catan, see Catan. Cat the anchor. When the cat is hooked and cable enough, veered and stoppered, the anchor hangs below the cat-head, swings beneath it. It is then hauled close up to the cat-head by the purchase called the cat-fall. The cat-stopper is then passed and the cat-block unhooked. Catting, the act of heaving the anchor by the cat-tackle, also seasickness. Catty, a Chinese commercial weight of 18 ounces English. Tea is packed in 1 or 2 or more catty boxes, hence most likely our word tea-caddy. Caudal fin, the vertical median fin terminating the tail of fishes. Caudricariae, a kind of lighter used by the Romans on the Tiber. Caul, the membrane encompassing the head of some infants when born, and from early antiquity esteemed an omen of good fortune, and a preservative against drowning. It was sought by the Roman lawyers with as much avidity as by modern voyagers. Also a northern name for a dam dyke. Also an oriental license. See caul. To caulk. See caulking. To lie down on deck and sleep with clothes on. Caulker, he who caulks and pays the seams. This word is mistaken by many for caulker, which see. Caulker's seat, a box slung to a ship's side whereon a caulker can sit and use his irons. It contains his tools and oakum. Caulking of a ship, forcing a quantity of oakum or old ropes untwisted and drawn asunder into the seams of the planks, or into the intervals where the planks are joined together in the ship's decks or sides, or rents in the planks in order to prevent the entrance of water. After the oakum is driven in very hard, hot melted pitch or rosin is poured into the groove to keep the water from rotting it. Among the ancients, the first who made use of pitch in caulking were the inhabitants of Phaeacia, afterwards called Corfu. Wax and rosin appear to have been commonly used before that period, and the Poles still substitute an unctuous clay for the same purpose for the vessels on their navigable rivers. Caulking butt, the opening between ends or joints of the planks when worked for caulking. Caulking irons, the peculiar chisels used for the purpose of caulking. They are the caulking iron, the making iron, the reaming iron, and the raising iron. Caulking mallet, the wooden beetle or instrument with which the caulking irons are driven. Cori, worm-eaten. Cavalier, in fortification, a work raised considerably higher than its neighbours, but generally of a similar plan. Its object is to afford a plunging fire, especially into the near approaches of a besieger, and to shelter adjacent faces from enfilade. Its most frequent position in fortresses is at the salient of the ravelin, or within the bastion, and in siege works in the advanced trenches, for the purpose of enabling the musketry of the attack to drive the defenders out of the covered way. Cavallo, by some carvalhas, an oceanic fish well known as the bonito, or horse mackerel. Cavalot, a gun carrying a ball of 1 pound. Cavalry, that body of soldiers which serves and fights on horseback. Caver, see caver. Caviar, a preparation of the roe of sturgeons and other fish salted. It forms a lucrative branch of commerce in Italy and Russia. Cavil, a large cleat for belaying the fore and main tacks, sheets and braces too. See kevils. Cavity, in naval architecture, signifies the displacement formed in the water by the immersed bottom and sides of the vessel. Caw, or cough, an East Country eel box, or a floating perforated cage in which lobsters are kept. Caulker, an old term signifying a glass of strong spirits taken in the morning. Cay, or cayos, little insulated sandy spots and rocks. The Spaniards in the West Indies called the Bahamas Los Cayos, which we wrote Lucayos, see key. Casemat, see casemate. Kazans, see kazerns. CB, the uncials of Companion of the Most Honourable Order of the Bath. This grade was recently distributed so profusely that an undecorated veteran testily remarked that if government went on thus, there would soon be more CBs than ABs in the Navy. End of section 20. Read by Czandra. Section 21 of the Sailor's Word Book by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A glossary of sea terms and phrases. CE to CHA. Cease-firing, the order to leave off. Ceiling, the lining or planks on the inside of a ship's frame. These are placed on the flat of the floor and carried up to the hold beams. The term is a synonym of foot-whaling, which see. Cells, see sills. Celoches or celetes, light rowboats, formerly used in piracy and also for conveying advice. Cement, Roman, for docks, piers, and etc. See pozzolana. Centime, see franc. Sentinel, see sentinel. Central eclipse, see eclipse. Centre, usually centre. The division of a fleet between the van and the rear of the line of battle, and between the weather and lee divisions in the order of sailing. Centre of cavity, of displacement, of immersion, and of buoyancy are synonymous terms in naval architecture for the mean centre of that part of a vessel which is immersed in the water. Centre of gravity, or balancing point, see gravity. Centre of motion, see motion. center of. Centurion, a military officer who commanded 100 men in the Roman armies. Theola, a very old term for a large ship. Sardine, a large freshwater mussel. Cercuri, ancient ships of burden fitted with both sails and oars. Certificate, a voucher or written testimony to the truth of any statement. An attestation of servitude, signed by the captain, is given with all discharges of men in the navy. To certify, to bear official testimony. Cessation of arms, a discontinuation or suspension of hostilities. Satine, an ancient large float, says Hesychius, in bulk like a whale, derived from cetus, which applied both to whale and ship. CG, coastguard, which sea. Chad, a fish like a small bream, abundant on the southwest coasts of England. To chafe, to rub or fret the surface of a cable, mast, or yard, by the motion of a ship or otherwise, against anything that is too hard for it. Chafing gear is the stuff put upon the rigging and spars to prevent their being chafed. Chaffer, a name for a whale or grampus of the northern seas. Chafing cheeks, a name given by old sailors to the sheaves instead of blocks on the yards in light-rigged vessels. Chafing gear, mats, sinnet, spun yarn, strands, battens, Scotchmen, and the like. Chain, when mountains, hills, lakes, and islands are linked together or follow each other in succession so that their whole length greatly exceeds their breadth, they form what is termed a chain. A measuring chain is divided into links, etc., made of stout wire, because line is apt to shrink on wet ground and give way. The chain measure is 66 feet. Chainage of ship, an old rite of the admiral. Chain bolt, a large bolt to secure the chains of the dead-eyes through the tow link, for the purpose of securing the masts by the shrouds, also the bolts which fasten the channel plates to the ship's side. Chain cable compressor, a curved arm of iron which revolves on a bolt through an eye at one end. At the other is a larger eye in which a tackle is hooked. It is used to bind the cable against the pipe through which it is passing, and check it from running out too quickly. Chain cable controller, a contrivance for the prevention of one part of the chain riding on another while heaving in. Chain cables are not new. Caesar found them on the shores of the British Channel. In 1818 I saw upwards of 80 sail of vessels with them at Desenzano on the Lago di Garda. They have all but superseded hemp cables in recent times. They are divided into parts 15 fathoms in length, which are connected by shackles, any one of which may be slipped in emergency. At each 7½ fathoms a swivel used to be inserted, but in many cases they are now dispensed with. Chain cable shackles, used for coupling the parts of a chain cable at various lengths so that they may be disconnected when circumstance demands it. Chain hook, an iron rod with a handling eye at one end and a hook at the other for hauling the chain cables about. Chain pipe, an aperture through which a chain cable passes from the chain well to the deck above. Chain plates, plates of iron with their lower ends bolted to the ship's sides under the channels, and to these plates the dead-eyes are fastened. Other plates lap over and secure them below. Formerly, and still in great ships, the dead-eyes were linked to chain pieces, and from their being occasionally made in one plate, they have obtained this appellation. Chain pump. This is composed of 2 long metal tubes let down through the decks, somewhat apart from each other, but joined at their lower ends, which are pierced with holes for the admission of water. Above the upper part of the tubes is a sprocket wheel worked by crank handles. Over this wheel, and passing through both tubes, is an endless chain, furnished at certain distances with bucket valves or pistons, turning round a friction roller. The whole, when set in motion by means of the crank handles, passing down one tube and up the other, raises the water very rapidly. Chains, properly chain whales or channels, broad and thick planks, projecting horizontally from the ship's outside, to which they're fayed and bolted, abreast of and somewhat behind the masts. They are formed to protect the chain plate and give the lower rigging greater outrig or spread, free from the top sides of the ship. thus affording greater security and support to the masts, as well as to prevent the shrouds from damaging the gunwale or being hurt by rubbing against it. Of course they are respectively designated fore, main, and mizzen. They are now discontinued in many ships, the eyes being secured to the timber heads, and frequently within the gunwale to the stringers or lower shelf pieces above the waterway. In the chains applies to the leadsman who stands on the channels between two shrouds to heave the hand lead. Chain shot. 2 balls connected either by a bar or chain for cutting and destroying the spars and rigging of an enemy's ship. Chain slings. Chains attached to the sling hoop and masthead by which a lower yard is hung, used for boat or any other slings demanded. Chain stopper. There are various kinds of stoppers for chain cables, mostly acting by clamping or compression. Chain, top. A chain to sling the lower yards in time of battle, to prevent them from falling down when the ropes by which they are hung are shot away. Chain well or locker. A receptacle below deck for containing the chain cable, which is passed thither through the deck pipe. Chaland, a large flat-bottomed boat of the Loire. Chalders, synonymous with gudgeons of the rudder. Chaldrick, an Orkney name for the sea pipe, Hematopus australicus. Chaldron, a measure of coals consisting of 36 bushels, a cubic yard, 19 cwts, hundredweights, 19 pounds. Chalink, a kind of masula boat. To chalk, to cut, to walk one's chalks, to run off, also an ordeal for drunkenness, to see whether the suspected person can move along the line. Walking a deck seam is to the same purpose, as the man is to proceed without overstepping it on either side. Chalks, marks, better by chalks. Wagers were sometimes determined by he who could reach furthest or highest, and there make a chalk mark. Long chalks, great odds. Challenge, the demand of a sentinel to anyone who approaches his post, also the defiance to fight. Chamade, to challenge attention, a signal made by beat of drum when a conference is desired by the enemy on having matter to propose. It is also termed beating a parley. Chamber or chamber piece. A charge piece in an old ordnance like a patorero, to put into the breech of a gun prepared for it. See murderer. Used by the Chinese as in gengals, which see. Chamber of a mine, the seat or receptacle prepared for the powder charge, usually at the end of the gallery, and out of the direct line of it, and if possible tamped or buried with tight packing of earth, etc., to increase the force of explosion. Chamber of a piece of ordnance, the end of the bore modified to receive the charge of powder. In mortars, howitzers, and shell guns they are of smaller diameter than the bore, for the charges being comparatively small, more effect is thus expected. The Gomer chamber, which, see, is generally adopted in our service. In rifled guns the powder chamber is not rifled. It and the bullet chamber differ in other minute respects from the rest of the bore. Patoreros, for festive occasions, are sometimes called chambers, as the small mortars formerly used for firing salutes in the parks, termed also pint pots from their shape and handles. Chambers, clear spaces between the riders in those vessels which have floor and futtock riders. Chamfer, the cutting or taking off a sharp edge or angle from a plank or timber. It is also called camphering. Champion, the great champion of England, who at the coronation of the sovereign throws down his gauntlet and defies all comers. Held at the coronations of George IV, William IV, and Victoria, by a naval officer, a middy in 1821. In chancery, when a ship gets into irons, see irons. Chancy, dangerous. Chandler, ship, dealer in general stores for ships. Change, in warrantry, is the voluntary substitution of a different voyage for a merchant ship than the one originally specified or agreed upon, an act which discharges the insurers. See deviation. Changey for changey, a rude barter among men of war's men, as bread for vegetables or any swap. Channel, In hydrography, the fairway or deepest part of a river, harbour, or strait, which is most convenient for the track of shipping. Also an arm of the sea or water communication running between an island or islands and the main or continent, as the British Channel. In an extended sense, it implies any passage which separates lands and leads from one ocean into another without distinction as to shape. Channel bolts, the long bolts which pass through all the planks and connect the channel to the side. Channel gropers, the home station ships cruising in the channel, usually small vessels to watch the coast in former times and to arrest smugglers. Channel groping, the carrying despatches and cruising from port to port in soundings. Channel plates, see chain plates. Channel whales, strakes worked between the gun deck and the upper deck ports of large ships. Also the outside plank which receives the bolts of the chain plates. The whale plank extends fore and aft to support the channels. Chanticleer, a name in the Frith of Forth for the dragonet or gowdy, Callionymus lyra, the early or vigilant cock from which several English vessels of war have derived their names. Chap, a general term for a man of any age after boyhood, but is not generally meant as a compliment. Chape, the top locket of a sword scabbard. Chappeling a ship, the act of turning her round in a light breeze when she's close hauled, without bracing the head-yards, so that she will lie the same way that she did before. This is commonly occasioned by the negligence of the steersman, or by a sudden change of the wind. Chaplain, the priest appointed to perform divine service on board ships in the Royal Navy. Chapman, a small merchant or trader, a ship's supercargo. Char, a fine species of trout taken in our northern lakes. Characters, certain marks invented for shortening the expression of mathematical calculations, as plus, minus, times, divided by, equals, etc. Charge, the proportional quantity of powder and ball wherewith a gun is loaded for execution. The rules for loading large ordnance are that the piece be first cleaned or scoured inside, that the proper quantity of powder be next driven in and rammed down, care, however, being taken that the powder in ramming be not bruised, because that weakens its effect, that a little quantity of paper, lint, or the like be rammed over it, and then the ball be intruded. If the ball be red hot, a tompion or trencher of green wood is to be driven in before it. Also in martial law, an indictment or specification of the crime of which a prisoner stands accused. Also in evolutions, the brisk advance of a body to attack an enemy, with bayonets fixed at the charge, or firmly held at the hip. Also the command on duty, every man's office. A ship of charge is one so deeply immersed as to steer badly. To charge a piece is to put in the proper quantity of ammunition. Charger, the horse ridden by an officer in action, a term loosely applied to any war horse. Charity sloops, certain 10-gun brigs built toward the end of Napoleon's war, something smaller than the 18-gun brigs. These were rated sloops, and scandal whispers, quote, in order that so many commanders might charitably be employed, end quote. Charles Wain, the 7 conspicuous stars in Ursa Major, of which 2 are called the pointers, from showing a line to the pole star. Chart or sea chart, a hydrographical map or a projection of some part of the earth's superficies in plano, for the use of navigators, further distinguished as plane charts, Mercator's charts, globular charts, and the bottle or current chart, to aid in the investigation of surface currents, all which see. A selenographic chart represents the moon, especially as seen by the aid of photography and Mr. Delarue's arrangement. Charter. To charter a vessel is to take her to freight under a charter party, the charter or written instrument by which she is hired to carry freight. Chartered ship, one let to hire, to one or more, or to a company. A general ship is where persons unconnected load goods. Charterer, the person hiring or chartering a ship, or the government or a company by their agents. Charter party, the deed or written contract between the owners and the merchants for the hire of a ship and safe delivery of the cargo, thus differing from a bill of lading, which relates only to a portion of the cargo. It is the same in civil law, with an indenture at the common law. It ought to contain the name and burden of the vessel, the names of the master and freighters, the place and time of lading and unlading, and stipulations as to demurrage. The charter party is dissolved by a complete embargo, though not by the temporary stopping of a port. It is thus colloquially termed a pair of indentures. To chase. To pursue a ship, which is also called giving chase. A stern chase is when the chaser follows the chased astern, directly upon the same point of the compass. To lie with a ship's forefoot in a chase is to sail and meet with her by the nearest distance, and so to cross her in her way, as to come across her forefoot. A ship is said to have a good chase when she is so built forward or astern that she can carry many guns to shoot forwards or backwards, according to which she is said to have a good forward or good stern chase. Chasing to windward is often named chasing in the wind's eye. Chase, the vessel pursued by some other, that pursuing being the chaser. This word is also applied to a receptacle for deer and game, between a forest and a park in size, and stored with a larger stock of timber than the latter. Chase, bow. Cannon situated in the forepart of the ship to fire upon any object ahead of her. Chasing ahead or varying on either bow. Chase of a gun. That part of the conical external surface extending from the moulding in front of the trunnions to that which marks the commencement of the muzzle, that is, in old pattern guns, from the ogee of the second reinforce to the neck or muzzle astragale. Chase guns. Such guns as are removed to the chase ports ahead or astern, if not pivot guns. Chase ports. The gun ports at the bows and through the stern of a warship. Chaser. The ship which is pursuing another. Chase sight, where the sight is usually placed. Chase stern. The cannon which are placed in the after part of a ship pointing astern. Chasse-marée. The coasting vessels of the French shores of the Channel, generally lugger-rigged, either with 2 or 3 masts and sometimes a topsail, the hull being bluffer when used for burden only, are thus distinguished from luggers. They seldom venture offshore, but coast it. Chatham. See chest of Chatham. Chats. Lice. Also lazy fellows. Chatta, or chatti. An Indian term for an earthen vessel sometimes used for cooking. Chaw. See quid. End of section 21. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023.
Section 22 of the Sailor's Wordbook by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. CHE to CI. Cheating the devil. Softenings of very profane phrases, the mere euphemisms of hard swearing, as "Od rot it," "Od's blood," "Dash it," "Dang you," "See you blowed first," "Deuce take it," "By gosh," "Bedarned," and the like profane preludes such as boatswains and their mates are wont to use. Cheat the glass. See flogging the glass. Tobacco boat. A description of a fishing vessel employed in the Newfoundland fisheries. It is probably named from Chebucto Bay. Check. See bow line. To slack off a little upon it and belay it again, usually done when the wind is by, or as long as she can lay her course without the aid of the bow line. To check is to slacken or ease off a brace, which is found to be too stiffly extended, or when the wind is drawing aft. It is also used in a contrary sense when applied to the cable running out, and then implies to stopper the cable. Check her. Stop her way. Checkers. A game much used by seamen, especially in the tops, where usually a checkerboard will be found carved. Checking lines. These are rove-through thimbles at the eyes of the topmast and topgallant rigging, one end bent to the lift and brace, the other into the top. They are used to haul them in to the masthead instead of sending men aloft. Cheek, insolent language. Own cheek, one's self. Cheeky, flippant. Cheek blocks, usually fitted to the fore-topmast head for the purpose of leading the jibstay, halyards, etc. Cheeks, a general term among mechanics for those pieces of timber in any machine which are double and perfectly corresponding to each other. The projections at the throat end of a gaff, which embrace the mast, are termed jaws. Also the sides of a gun carriage, see brackets. Also the sides of a block. Also an old sobriquet for marine, derived from a rough pun on his uniform in olden days. Cheeks or cheek knees, pieces of compass timber on the ship's bows for the security of the beakhead or knee of the head, whence the term head-knee. Two pieces of timber fitted on each side of a mast, from beneath the hounds and its uppermost end. Also the circular pieces on the aft side of the carrack bitts. Cheeks of an embrasure, the interior faces or sides of an embrasure. Cheeks of the mast, the faces or projecting parts on each side of the masts, formed to sustain the trestle trees upon which the frame of the top, together with the top mast, immediately rest. See hounds and bibs. To cheer, to salute a ship en passant, by the people all coming on deck and huzzawing 3 times. It also implies to encourage or animate. See also hearty and manship. Cheering, the result of an animated excitement in action which often incites to valor. Also practiced on ships parting at sea, on joining an admiral, etc. In piratical vessels, to frighten their prey with a semblance of valor. Cheerly, quickly, with a hearty will. Cheerly, boys, cheerly, when the rope comes in slowly, or hoisting a sail with a few hands. Cheese, a circle of wads covered with painted canvas. Chelling, an early name of the codfish. Check, or check, an office in dockyards. Check for muster, pay, provision, desertion, discharged, or dead under DDD or DSQD. Clerk of the check. An officer in the Royal Dockyards, who goes on board to muster the ship's company, of whom he keeps a register, thereby to check false musters, the penalty of which is cashiering. Checkered sides, those painted so as to show all the ports, more particularly applicable to 2 or more rows. Cherry Merry, in the East, a bribe in making a contract or bargain. Cherry, a species of smelt or spurling taken in the frith of tea. Chesel, from the Anglo-Saxon word kjosel, still used for a bank or shingle, as that remarkable one connecting the Isle of Portland with the mainland, called the Chesil Beach. Chess tree, a piece of oak fastened with iron bolts on each top side of the ship, used for boarding the main tack to, or hauling home the clews of the mainsail, for which purpose there is a hole in the upper part, through which the tack passes, that extends the clew of the sail to windward. Where chain has been substituted of late for rope, iron plates with thimble eyes are used for chess trees. Chest of Chatham, an ancient institution, restored and established by an order in council of Queen Elizabeth in 1590, supported by a contribution from each seaman and apprentice, according to the amount of his wages, for the wounded and hurt seamen of the Royal Navy, under the name of smart money. Chest rope, the same with the guest or gift rope, and is added to the boat rope when the boat is towed astern of the ship, to keep her from sheering, that is, from swinging to and fro. See guess warp. Chevaux de frise, an adopted term for pickets pointed with iron and standing through beams, to stop an enemy. This defense is also called a turnpike or pike turn. Chevender, an old name for the cheven or chub. Chevels, see kevels. Cheven, an old name for the chub. Chevron, the distinguishing mark on the sleeves of sergeants' and corporals' coats, the insignia of a non-commissioned officer. Also a mark recently instituted as a testimony of good conduct in a private. further, now worn by seamen getting good service pay. Chewing of oakum or pitch. When a ship suffers leakage from inefficient caulking, see seam. Chez vous, a kind of All Souls' Night in Bengal, when meats and fruits are placed in every corner of a native's house, hence chevaux for a ship gala. Chico, Spanish for small, boca chica, small mouth of a river. Chief, see Commander-in-Chief, a common abbreviation. Chief mate or chief officer, the next to a commander in a merchantman, and who, in the absence of the latter, acts as his deputy. Shiga, shago, chigger, or jigger, a very minute insect of tropical countries, which pierces the thick skin of the foot and breeds there, producing great pain. It is neatly extricated with its sac entire by clever negroes. Chilled shot, shot of very rapidly cooled cast iron, that is, cast in iron moulds, and thus found to acquire a hardness which renders them of nearly equal efficiency with steel shot for penetrating iron plates, yet produced at about 1/4 the price. They invariably break up on passing through the plates, and their fragments are very destructive on crowded decks, though in the attack of iron war vessels, where the demolishment of guns, carriages, machinery, turrets, etc., is required, the palm must still be awarded to steel shot and shell. Chimba, Anglo-Saxon, the prominent part or end of the staves where they project beyond the head of a cask. Chime, see chine. To chime in, to join a mess meal or treat, to chime in to a chorus or song. Chinkle, a small bite in a line. Chine, the backbone of a cliff. From the backbones of animals, a name given in the Isle of Wight as Black Gang Chine, and along the coasts of Hampshire. Also that part of the waterway which is left the thickest, so as to project above the deck plank, and is notched or gouged hollow in front to let the water run free. Chine and chine, casks stowed end to end. Chined, timber or plank slightly hollowed out. Shingle, gravel, see shingle. Chinguarito, a hot and dangerous sort of white corn brandy made in Spanish America. To chins, to stop small seams by working in oakum with a knife or chisel, a temporary expedient, to caulk slightly those openings that will not bear the force required for caulking. Chinsing iron, a caulker's tool for chinsing seams with. To chip, to trim a gun when first taken from the mould or castings. Chips, the familiar sobriquet of the carpenter on board ship. The fragments of timber and the planings of plank are included among chips. Chip of the old block, a son like his father. Chirurgion, French, the old name for surgeon. Chisel, a well-known edged tool for cutting away iron, wood, etc. Chit, a note. Formerly the note for slops given by the officer of a division to be presented to the purser. Chiols, the Saxon ships so called. Chivy, a knife. Chlet, an old Manx term for a rock in the sea. Chock, a sort of wedge used to rest or confine any weighty body, and prevent it from fetching way when the ship is in motion. Also pieces fitted to supply a deficiency or defect after the manner of filling. Also blocks of timber laterally substituted beneath the beams for knees and wedged by iron keys. See boat chocks. Chock of the bowsprit, see bend. Chocks of the rudder, large accurately adapted pieces of timber kept in readiness to choke the rudder by filling up the excavation on the side of the rudder hole in case of any accident. It is also choked or chocked when a ship is likely to get strong sternway, when tiller ropes break, etc. To chock is to put a wedge under anything to prevent its rolling. See chuck. Chock-a-block, or chock and block, is the same with block-a-block and 2 blocks, which see. When the lower block of a tackle is run close up to the upper one, so that you can hoist no higher, the blocks being together. Chock aft, chock full, chock home, chock up, etc. denote as far aft, full, home, up, etc. as possible, or that which fits closely to one another. Chock channels, those filled in with wood between the chain plates according to a plan introduced by Captain Couch, R.N. Chocolate gale, a brisk northwest wind of the West Indies and Spanish Main. Chogset, see Burgall. Choke, the nip of a rocket. Choked, when a running rope sticks in a block, either by slipping between the cheeks and the shiver, or any other accident so that it cannot run. Choke full, entirely full, top full. Choke the luff, to place suddenly the fall of a tackle close to the block across the jaw of the next turn of the rope in the block, so as to prevent the leading part from rendering, familiarly said of having a meal to assuage hunger, to be silenced. Chokey, an East Indian guardhouse and prison. Chummery, see chasse-marée, for which this is the men's term. Chop, a permit or license of departure for merchant ships in the China trade, a Chinese word signifying quality, also an imperial chop or mandate, a proclamation. Chop or chap, the entrance of a channel, as the chops of the English Channel. To chop about is applied to the wind when it varies and changes suddenly and at short intervals of time. Chopping sea, a synonym of cockling sea, which sea. Chopped, done suddenly in exigence, as chopped to an anchor. Chord, in geometry, is a line which joins the extremities of any arc of a circle. Chow chow, eatables, a word borrowed from the Chinese. It is supposed to be derived from shu shu, the tender parts of cabbage tree, bamboo, etc., preserved. Chowder, the principal food in the Newfoundland bankers, or stationary fishing vessels. It consists of a stew of fresh codfish, rashers of salt pork or bacon, biscuit, and lots of pepper. Also a buccaneer's savory dish, and a favorite dish in North America. See Codfisher's Crew. Chowder is a fish seller in the western counties. Chowder-headed, stupid, or batter-brained. Christian, a gold Danish coin, value in England from 16 shillings to 16 shillings 4pence. Christian's gales, the tremendous storms in 1795-6, which desolated the fleet proceeding to attack the French West India Islands under Admiral Christian. Crockle, a tangle or thuraput, which see. Crowdane, the Manx and Gaelic term for gurnet. Chronometer, a valuable timepiece fitted with a compensation balance, adjusted for the accurate measurement of time in all climates, and used by navigators for the determination of the longitude. Chronometer rate, the number of seconds or parts of seconds which it loses or gains per diem. See rating. Crewin, a Gaelic term for masts. Crewin spree, the bowsprit. Chub, the Leuciscus cephalus, a freshwater fish. Chuck, a seashell, nickname for a boatswain. Old chucks, also an old word signifying large chips of wood. Chuckle-headed, clownishly stupid, lubberly. Chullers, a northern name for the gills of a fish. Chunam, lime made of burned shells, and much used in India for the naval storehouses. That made at Madras is of peculiarly fine quality and easily takes a polish like white marble. Chunk, a coarse slice of meat or bread, more properly junk, also the Negro term for lumps of firewood. Chuntuk, a powerful dignitary among the Chinese. See Chuntuk. Church, the part of the ship arranged on Sunday for divine service. Churchwarden, a name given on the coast of Sussex to the shag or cormorant. Why deponent saith not. Shoot, a fall of water or rapid. The word is much used in North America, wherever the nomenclature of the country retains traces of the early French settlers. See shoot. Sills, horizontal pieces of timber to ports or scuttles, mostly spelled sills, which see. Generally pronounced by sailors sell, as the port sill. Single, from silsangle, a horse's belt, a belt worn by seamen. Cinque port, a kind of fishing net having 5 entrances. The Cinque Ports. These are 5 highly privileged stations, the once great emporiums of British commerce and maritime greatness. They are Dover, Hastings, Sandwich, Romney, and Hythe, which, lying opposite to France, were considered of the utmost importance. To these were afterwards added Winchelsea, Rye, and Seaford. These places were honoured with peculiar immunities and privileges on condition of their providing a certain number of ships at their own charge for 40 days. Being exempted from the jurisdiction of the Admiralty Court, the Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports is authorized to make rules for the government of pilots within his jurisdiction, and in many other general acts exceptions are provided to save the franchises of the Cinque Ports unimpeached. It is a singular fact that it has never been legally determined whether the Downs and adjacent roadsteads are included in the limits of the Cinque Ports. All derelicts found without the limits by Cinque Ports vessels are droits of admiralty. This organization was nearly broken up in the late state reforms, but the Lord Warden still possesses some power and jurisdiction. Ciphering, a term in carpentry, see ciphered. Circle, a plane figure bounded by a line called the circumference, everywhere equally distant from a point within it called the center. Circle of perpetual apparition, a circle of the heavens parallel to the equator, and at a distance from the pole of any place equal to the latitude. Within this circle the stars never set. Circles, great, lesser, azimuth, vertical, which see. Circles of longitude. These are great circles passing through the poles of the ecliptic, and so cutting it at right angles. Circulars, certain official letters which are sent to several persons and convey the same information. Circumnavigation, the term for making a voyage round the world. Circumpolar, a region which includes that portion of the starry sphere which remains constantly above the horizon of any place. Circumvallation, lines of circumvallation. Entrenchments thrown up by a besieging army outside itself and round the besieged place, but fronting towards the country to prevent interference from outside. This continuous method has gone out of favor, though some covering works of concentrated strength are still considered essential. Cirripedia, a group of marine animals allied to the crustacea. They are free and natatory when young, but in the adult state attached to rocks or some floating substance. They are protected by a multivalve shell and have long ciliated curled tentacles, whence their name curl-footed. The barnacles, lepas, and the acorn shells, balanus, are familiar examples. Cirrocumulus. This, the sunder cloud, or system of small roundish clouds in the upper regions of the atmosphere, commonly moves in a different current of air from that which is blowing at the earth's surface. It forms the mackerel sky alluded to in the following distich. Quote, a mackerel sky and mare's tails make lofty ships carry low sails. End quote. Cirrostratus is the stratus of the upper regions of the atmosphere, heavier looking than the cirrus, but not so heavy as the stratus. Cirrus, the elegant modification of elevated clouds, usually termed mare's tails. See the distich given at cirrocumulus, otherwise the curl cloud. Cisco, a fish of the herring kind, of which thousands of barrels are taken annually and salted in Lake Ontario. Cistern, a reservoir for water placed in different parts of a ship where a constant supply may be required, also furnished with a leaden pipe which goes through the ship's side, whereby it is occasionally filled with sea water, and which is thence pumped up to wash the decks, etc. Citadel, a fortified work of superior strength and dominating everything else, generally separated therefrom by an open space of glacis or esplanade, often useful against domestic as well as foreign enemies. Civil branch, that department executed by civilians as contradistinguished from the army or navy branch. Civilians, the surgeon, chaplain, purser, or paymaster, assistant surgeons, secretary, and ship clerks on board men of war. Civil lord, the lay or junior member of the Admiralty Board. Civil war, that between subjects of the same realm or between factions of the same state. End of section 22. read by Czandra. Section 23 of The Sailor's Word Book by W.H. Smyth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. C.L. Claimants. Persons appealing to the jurisdiction of the Admiralty Court. They are denominated colorable or fair according to the informality or justice of their claims. Clake. A name for the barnacle goose, Anser bernicla. Also for the Lepus anatifera, a cirriped often found attached to vessels or timber by a long fleshy peduncle, sometimes 4 or 5 feet in length. Clam. A well-known bivalve shellfish, as happy as a clam at high water, a figurative expression for Otio's comfort. Clamber. To climb, to ascend quickly. Clamping. Applying a crosshead or stirrup piece in a socket. Clamp nails. Such nails as are used to fasten clamps. They are short and stout, with large heads. Clamps. Pieces of timber applied to a mast or yard to prevent the wood from bursting. Also thick planks lying fore and aft under the beams of the first orlop or second deck, the same as the rising timbers are to the deck. They are securely fayed to all the timbers, to which they are fastened by nails through the clamp, and penetrating 2/3 of the thickness of the timbers. Also substantial strakes, worked inside, on which the ends of the beams rest. Also smooth, crooked plates of iron forelocked upon the trunnions of cannon. These, however, are more properly termed cap squares. See carriage. Also any plate of iron made to open and shut so as to confine a spar. A one-cheeked block, the spar to which it is fastened being the other cheek. To clamp is to unite 2 bodies by surfaces or circular plates. Clamped is when a piece of board is fitted with the grain to the end of another piece of board across the grain. Clams. Strong pieces used by shipwrights for drawing bolts, etc. Also a kind of forceps used for bringing up specimens of the bottom in sounding. A drag. See clam. Clang. The rattling or clashing of arms. Clapboard. German Klappbord. An East Country commercial plank which ought to be upwards of 13 feet in length. Cask staves are also clapboards. Clapboard in the colonies is the covering the side of a house with narrow boards, lapping fashion, in contradistinction to shingling or tiling or clench built. Clap match. A sort of seal, distinct from the fur seal. Clap on. The order to lay hold of any rope in order to haul upon it. Also, to clap on the stoppers before the bitts, that is, fasten the stoppers, or clap on the catfall, that is, lay hold of the catfall. To clap a stopper over all, to stop a thing effectually. To clap on the stopper before the bitts next to the manger or hawse-hole, to order silence. To clap in irons, to order an offender into the bilboes. To clap on canvas, to make more sail. Clapper. A name for the valve of a pump box. Also a plank or footbridge across a running stream. Also the clapper of a bell. Clapsel. The lockage of a flood-gate. Clarty. In North Country whalers used for wet or slippery. Clashy. Showery weather. Clasp hook. An iron clasp in 2 parts, moving upon the same pivot and overlapping one another. Used for bending chain sheets to the clews of sails, jib halyards, etc. See spar hook. Class. Order or rank, especially relating to dockyard men. Classification of ships. A register made of vessels according to the report rendered in by special surveyors. See Navy and Lloyd's Register. To claw or claw off. To beat or turn to windward from a lee shore so as to be at sufficient distance from it to avoid shipwreck. It is generally used when getting to windward is difficult. Claymore. Anciently a 2-handed sword of the Highlanders, but latterly applied to their basket-hilted sword. Cleaching net. A hand net with a hoop and bar, used by fishermen on the banks of the Severn. Clean. Free from danger, as clean coast, clean harbour, in general parlance means quite entirely. So Shakespeare represents Aegon roaming clean through the bounds of Asia. Also applied to a ship's hull with a fine run fore and aft. Clean entrance, clean run. To clean a ship's bottom, see breaming and hog. Clean bill, see bill of health. When all are in health. Clean done, quite in a seaman-like manner, purpose well effected, adroitly tricked, see weathered. Clean fish. On the northern coasts, a salmon perfectly in season. Clean full, keeping the sail full, bellying, off the wind. Clean off the reel, when the ship by her rapidity pulls the line off the log reel without its being assisted. Also upright conduct. Also any performance without stop or hindrance off-hand. Clean ship. A whale ship unfortunate in her trip, having no fish or oil. Clear is variously applied to weather, sea coasts, cordage, navigation, etc., as opposed to foggy, to dangerous, to entangled. It is usually opposed to foul in all these senses. To clear has several significations, particularly to escape from, to unload, to empty, to prepare, etc., as to clear for action, to prepare for action. To clear away for this or that is to get obstructions out of the way, to clear the decks. To remove lumber, put things in their places and coil down the ropes. Also to take the things off a table after a meal, to clear goods, to pay the custom house duties and dues. To clear the land, to escape from the land. To clear a lighter or the hold, to empty either. Clearance, the document from the customs by which a vessel and her cargo, by entering all particulars at the custom house and paying the dues, is permitted to clear out or sail. Clear for going about, every man to his station and every rope an end. Clearing lighters. All vessels pertaining to public departments should be cleared with the utmost dispatch. Clear the pendant. See, up and clear the pendant. Clear water. A term in polar seas implying no ice, to obstruct navigation, well off the land, having sea room. To cleat a gun. To nail large cleats under the trucks of the lower deckers in bad weather, to ensure they're not fetching away. Cleats or cleats, pieces of wood of different shapes used to fasten ropes upon. Some have 1 and some 2 arms. They are called belaying cleat, deck cleat, and a thumb cleat. Also small wedges of wood fastened on the yards to keep ropes or the earing of the sail from slipping off the yard, mostly made of elm or oak. Cleavage, the splitting of any body having a structure or line of cleavage, as fir cleaves longitudinally, slates horizontally, stones roughly, smoothly, conchoidal or stratified, etc. Clefts, wood sawn lengthwise into pieces less in thickness than in breadth, see plank. To clench, to secure the end of a bolt by burring the point with a hammer. Also, a mode of securing the end of one rope to another, see clinch. Clenched bolts, those fastened by means of a ring or an iron plate with a riveting hammer at the end where they protrude through the wood to prevent their drawing. Clenched nails. They are much used in boat building, being such as can be driven without splitting the boards, and drawn without breaking. See rove and clench. Clep, a north country name for a small grapnel. Clerk, any naval officer doing the duty of a clerk. Clet, a northern or Erse word to express a rock broken from a cliff, as the Holm in Orkney and Shetland. Cleugh, a precipice, a cliff, also a ravine or cleft. Clew, of a hammock or cot, see clew. Clicks, small pieces of iron falling into a notched wheel attached to the winches in cutters, etc., and thereby serving the office of pawls, see ratchet or ratchet pawl, in machinery. It more peculiarly belongs to inferior clockwork, hence click. Cliff, from the Anglo-Saxon clough, a precipitous termination of the land, wherever be the soil, see crag. Climate, formerly meant a zone of the earth parallel to the equator, in which the days are of a certain length at the summer solstice. The term has now passed to the physical branch of geography, and means the general character of the weather. Clinch. A particular method of fastening large ropes by a half hitch, with the end stopped back to its own part by seizings. It is chiefly to fasten the hawsers suddenly to the rings of the kedges or small anchors, and the breechings of guns to the ring bolts in the ship's side, those parts of a rope or cable which are clinched. Thus the outer end is bent by the clinch to the ring of the anchor. The inner or tier clinch in the good old times was clinched to the mainmast, passing under the tier beams, where it was unlawfully, as regards the custom of the navy, clinched. Thus the cable runs out to the clinch means there's no more to veer. To clinch is to batter or rivet a bolt's end upon a ring or piece of plate iron, or to turn back the point of a nail that it may hold fast. See clench. To clinch a business, to finish it, to settle it beyond further dispute, as the recruit taking the shilling. Clinch-built, clinker or overlapping edges. Clincher, an incontrovertible and smart reply, but sometimes the confirmation of a story by a lie, or by some still more improbable yarn, synonymous with capping. Clincher or clinker built, made of clinker work by the planks lapping one over the other, the contrary of carvel work. Iron ships after this fashion are distinguished as being lap-jointed. Clinker nails, those which are of malleable metal, as copper, wrought iron, etc., which clinch by turning back the points in rough-built fur boats, where roofs and clinkering are thus avoided. Clinker work, the disposition of the planks in the side of any boat or vessel, when the lower edge of every plank overlaps the next below it. This is sometimes written as pronounced clinker work. Clip hook, a hook employed for some of the ends of the running rigging. Clipper, a fast sailer, formerly chiefly applied to the sharp-built raking schooners of America, and latterly to Australian passenger ships. Larger vessels now built after their model are termed clipper-built, sharp and fast, low in the water, rakish. Clive, an old spelling of cliff. Clock calm, when not a breath of wind ruffles the water. Clock stars, a name for the nautical stars which, from their positions having been very exactly ascertained, are used for determining time. Clodhopper, a clownish, lubberly landsman. Cloaky-doo, a west of Scotland name for the horse mackerel. Close aboard, near or alongside, too close to be safe. The boat is close aboard, a caution to the officer in command to receive his visitors. The land is close aboard, danger inferred. Close butt, where caulking is not used, the butts or joints of the planks are sometimes rabbeted and fade close, whence they are thus denominated. Close contract, one not advertised. Closed port, one interdicted. Close fist, one who drives a hard bargain in petty traffic. Close harbour, that is one gained by labour from the element, formed by encircling a portion of water with walls and quays, except at the entrance, or by excavating the land adjacent to the sea or river, and then letting in the water. Close-hauled, the general arrangement or trim of a ship's sails when she endeavours to progress in the nearest direction possible contrary to the wind. In this manner of sailing, the keel of square-rigged vessels commonly makes an angle of 6 points with the line of the wind, but cutters, luggers, and other fore and aft rigged vessels will sail even nearer. This point of sailing is synonymous with on a taut bow-line and on a wind. Close pack, the ice floes so jammed together that boring is impossible and present efforts useless. See pack ice. Close ports, those which lie up rivers, a term in contradistinction to out ports. Close quarters, or close fights, certain strong bulkheads or barriers of wood formerly stretching across a merchant ship in several places. They were used for retreat and shelter when a ship was boarded by an adversary, and were therefore fitted with loopholes. Powder chests were also fixed upon the deck, containing missiles which might be fired from the close quarters upon the boarders. The old slave ships were thus fitted in case of the negroes rising, and flat-headed nails were cast along the deck to prevent their walking with naked feet. In the navy, yardarm and yardarm, sides touching. Close reefed, the last reefs of the top sails or other sails set being taken in. close sight, the notch in the base ring of a cannon, to place the eye in a line with the top sight. To close the wind, to haul to it, close upon a tack or bowline, or close by a wind, is when the wind is on either bow, and the tacks or bowlines are hauled forwards that they may take the wind to make the best of their way. Close to the wind, when her head is just so near the wind as to fill the sails without shaking them. To close with the land, to approach near to it. Cloche, from the Danish clos, a sobriquet for East Country seamen. Clothed. A mast is said to be clothed when the sail is so long as to reach the deck gratings. Also well clothed with canvas, sails well cut, well set, and plenty of them. Clotheslines, a complete system of parallel lines hoisted between the main and mizzen masts twice a week to dry the washed clothes of the seamen. Clothing, the rigging of the bowsprit. Clothing the bowsprit is rigging it. Also the purser's slops for the men. Cloth in the wind, too near to the wind and sails shivering, also groggy. Cloths in a sail are the breadths of canvas in its whole width. When a ship has broad sails, they say she spreads much cloth. Clotting, a West Country method of catching eels with worsted thread. Cloud, a collection of vapours suspended in the atmosphere, also under a cloud of canvas. Cloch, a word derived from the verb to cleave, and signifying a narrow valley between two hills. See cloch. Also in commerce an allowance on the turn of the beam in weighing. Clout, from the Teutonic klotzen, a blow, also a gore of blood. Clout nails, French clouter, to stud with nails as ships' bottoms and piles were before the introduction of sheet copper. Clouts, thin plates of iron nailed on that part of the axle-tree of a gun carriage that comes through the nave, and through which the linch-pin goes. Clove-hitch, a knot or noose by which one rope is fastened to another. See hitch. Two half-hitches round a spar or rope. Clove-hook, synonymous with clasp-hook. Cloves, planks made by cleaving, certain weights for wool, butter, etc., also long spike nails derived from clou, French. Clos, a kind of sluice in which the aperture is regulated by a board sliding in a frame and groove. To cloy, to drive an iron spike by main force into the vent or touch-hole of a gun, which renders it unserviceable till the spike be either worked out or a new vent drilled. See nailing and spiking. Clubbed, a fashion which obtained in the time of pigtails of doubling them up while at sea. Clubbing, drifting down a current with an anchor out. Clubbing a fleet, manoeuvring so as to place the first division on the windward side. Clubbock, the spotted blenny or gunnel, Gonellus vulgaris. To club haul, a method of tacking a ship by letting go the lee anchor as soon as the wind is out of the sails, which brings her head to wind, and as soon as she pays off, the cable is cut and the sails trimmed. This is never had recourse to but in perilous situations, and when it is expected that the ship would otherwise miss stays. The most gallant example was performed by Captain Hayes in HMS Magnificent, 74, in Basque Roads in 1814, when with lower yards and topmasts struck, he escaped between two reefs from the enemy at Oleron. He bore the name of Magnificent Hayes to the day of his death for the style in which he executed it. Club law, the rule of violence and strength. Clew, of a square sail, either of the lower corners reaching down to where the tacks and sheets are made fast to it, and is that part which comes goring out from the square of the sail. Clew garnets, a sort of tackle rove through a garnet block, attached to the clews of the main and foresails, to haul up and truss them to the yard, which is termed clewing up those sails, as for goose wings or for furling. See block. Clew lines are for the same purpose as clew garnets, only that the latter term is solely appropriated to the courses, while the word clew line is applied to those ropes on all the other square sails. They come down from the quarters of the yards to the clews, or lower corners of the sails, and by which the sails are hauled or clewed up for furling. Clew of a hammock, the combination of small lines by which it is suspended being formed of nittles, grommets, and lanyards. They are termed double or single clews, according as there are one or two at each end. Latterly, iron grommets or rings were introduced, but did not afford the required spread, and in some cases triangular irons or span shackles were substituted, called Spanish clews, formed by fixing the nittles at equal distances upon a piece of rope instead of a grommet, which, having an eye spliced and a lanyard placed at each end, extends the hammock in the same way as a double clew. From clew to earing, a phrase implying from the bottom to the top, or synonymous with from top to toe, or literally the diagonal of a square sail. Also every portion, as in shifting dress, removing every article. Also cleaning a ship from clew to earing, every crevice. A clew up, a case of despair, in readiness for death. Clew rope. In large sails, the eye or loop at the clews is made of a rope larger than the bolt rope into which it is spliced. Clew up, the order to clew up the square sails. Clump, a circular plantation of trees. Clump blocks, those that are made thicker or stronger than ordinary blocks. See block, tack, and sheet. Cluster, see group. Clutch, the oyster spawning adhering to stones, oyster shells, etc. Clutch, forked stanchions of iron or wood, the same as crutch, clutch, or clamp block. See snatch block. Cluttery, weather inclining to stormy. End of section 23, read by Czandra. Section 24 of The Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. CO to COMM. Coach, or couch, a sort of chamber or apartment in a large ship of war, just before the great cabin. The floor of it is formed by the aftmost part of the quarter-deck, and the roof of it by the poop. It is generally the habitation of the flag captain. Coach horses, the crew of the state barge, usually 15 selected men to support the captain in any daring exploits. Coach whip, the pendant. Code, in shipbuilding, the fade piece called bilge keel. Coke, a small perforated triangular bit of brass inserted into the middle of the shiver, now called sheave, of a block, to keep it from splitting and galling by the pin whereon it turns, called also bush, cock or cog, and dowel. Coking, uniting pieces of spar by means of tabular projections formed by cutting away the solid of one piece into a hollow, so as to make a projection in the other fit in correctly, the butts preventing the pieces from drawing asunder. Cokes or dowels are fitted into the beams and knees of vessels to prevent their slipping. Coalfish, the Gadus carbonarius, called garrick in its first year, cuth or cuth in its second, saith in its third, lythe in its fourth, and colmy in its fifth when it is full grown. Coaling, taking in a supply of coals for a cruise or voyage. Coals, to be hauled over the coals is to be brought to strict account. Coal sacks, an early name of some dark patches of sky in the Milky Way, nearly void of stars visible to the naked eye. The largest patch is near the Southern Cross and called the Black Magellanic Cloud. Coalsay, the coalfish. Coal tar, tar extracted from bituminous coal. Coal trimmer, one employed in a steamer to stow and trim the fuel. This duty and that of the stoker are generally combined. Coaming carlings, those timbers that enclose the mortar beds of bomb vessels, and which are called carlings because they're shifted occasionally. Short beams where a hatchway is cut. Coamings of the hatches, or gratings. Certain raised work rather higher than the decks about the edges of the hatch openings of a ship, to prevent the water on deck from running down. Loopholes were made in the coamings for firing muskets from below, in order to clear the deck of an enemy when a ship is boarded. There is a rabbet in their inside upper edge to receive the hatches or gratings. Coast, the seashore and the adjoining country, in fact the sea front of the land. Sea shore. Coast blockade. A body of men formerly under the jurisdiction of the customs, termed preventive service, offering a disposable force in emergency, but which has been turned over to the control of the Admiralty and now become the Coast Guard, over which a Commodore as Controller General presides. See fencibles. Coaster. See coasting. Coasting, or to coast along. The act of making a progress along the sea coast of any country, for which purpose it is necessary to observe the time and direction of the tide, to know the reigning winds, the roads and havens, the different depths of water and the qualities of the ground. As these vessels are not fitted for distant sea voyages, they are termed coasters. Coasting pilot. A pilot who has become sufficiently acquainted with the nature of any particular coast to conduct a ship or fleet from one part of it to another, but only within his limits. He may be superseded by the first branch pilot he meets after passing his bounds. Coasting trade. The commerce of one port of the United Kingdom with another port thereof, a trade confined by law to British ships and vessels. Coast waiter. Custom house superintendents of the landing and shipping of goods coastways. Coast warning. Synonymous with storm signal. Formerly fire beacons were used to give warning of the approach of an enemy. Coat. A piece of tarred canvas nailed round above the partners, or that part where the mast or bowsprit enters the deck. Its use is to prevent the water from running down between decks. There is sometimes a coat for the rudder, nailed round the hole where the rudder traverses in the ship's counter. It also implies the stuff with which the ship's sides or masts are varnished, to defend them from the sun and weather, as turpentine, pitch, varnish, or paint. In this sense we say, give her a coat of tar or paint. By neglecting the scraper this may become a crust of coatings. Coat of mail. The chiton shell. Coat tacks. The peculiar nails with which the mast coats are fastened. Cob. A young herring, also a seagull, also a sort of short breakwater, so called in our early statutes. Such was that which forms the harbour of Lyme Regis, originally composed of piles and timber, lined with heaps of rock, but now constructed of stone compacted with cement. Cob. A Gibraltar term for a Spanish dollar. Cobbing. An old punishment sometimes inflicted at sea for breach of certain regulations, chiefly for those quitting their station during the night. The offender was struck a certain number of times on the breech with a flat piece of wood called the cobbing board. Also, when watch was cried, all persons were expected to take off their hats on pain of being cobbed. To cobble. To mend or repair hastily. Also the coggle or cog, which see. Cobble or coggle stones. Pebbly shingle, ballast stones rounded by attrition, boulders, etc. Cobbler. An armourer's rasp. Cobbo. The small fish known as the miller's thumb. Cobble. A low, flat, floored boat with a square stern, used in the cod and turbot fishery, 20 feet long and 5 feet broad, of about 1 ton burden, rowed with 3 pairs of oars, and furnished with a lug sail. It is admirably constructed for encountering a heavy swell. Its stability is secured by the rudder extending 4 or 5 feet under her bottom. It belonged originally to the stormy coast of Yorkshire. There is also a small boat under the same name, used by salmon fishers. Caboose. See caboose. Cock. That curved arm affixed to the lock of small arms, which when released by the touch of the trigger flies forward and discharges the piece by percussion, whether of flint and steel, fulminating priming, needles abutting on the latter, etc. Cockade. First worn by St. Louis on his unfortunate crusade. Cock-a-hoop. In full confidence and high spirits. Cockandy. A name on our northern shores for the puffin, otherwise called Tom Noddy, Fratercula arctica. Cockbill. The situation of the anchor when suspended from the cathead ready for letting go, also said of a cable when it hangs right up and down. To put the yards a cockbill is to top them up by one lift to an angle with the deck. The symbol of mourning, Cockboat. A very small boat used on rivers or near the shore. Formerly the cock was the general name of a yawl. It is derived from coggle or cog, which see. Cockets or coquet. An official custom-house warrant descriptive of certain goods which the searcher is to allow to pass and be shipped. Also a galley term for counterfeit ship papers. Cocket bread, hard sea biscuit. Cock paddle. A name of the paddle or lumpfish. Cyclopterus lumpus. Cockle. A common bivalve mollusk. Cardium edule, often used as food. Cockling sea. Tumbling waves dashing against each other with a short and quick motion. Cockpit. The place where the wounded men are attended to, situated near the after hatchway and under the lower gun deck. The midshipmen alone inhabited the cockpit in former times, but in later days commission and warrant officers, civilians, etc. have their cabins there. Fore-cockpit. A place leading to the magazine passage and the boatswain's, gunners, and carpenter's storerooms in large ships, and during wartime the boatswain and carpenter generally had their cabins in the fore-cockpit instead of being under the forecastle. Cockpitarian. A midshipman or master's mate, so called from messing in the cockpit of a line of battleship. Coxswain. An old law term for a boatman or coxswain. Coxswain or coxswain. The person who steers a boat. After the officer in command he has charge of the crew and all things belonging to it. He must be ready with his crew to man the boat on all occasions. Cocoa, or chocolate nuts, commonly so termed. See cacao. It is the breakfast food of the Navy. Coconut tree. The palma cocos yields toddy, the nut a valuable oil and milky juice. The stem, bark, branches, etc. also serve numerous purposes. See palmetto. Cod. The center of a deep bay. The bay of a trawl or seine. Also the Gadus morhua, one of the most important of oceanic fishes. The cod is always found on the submerged hills known as banks, as the Dogger Bank and Banks of Newfoundland. See ling. Cod bait. The large sea worm or lug, dug from the wet sands. The squid or cuttle, herrings, caplin, any meat, or even a false fish of bright tin or pewter. See jig. Coddy muddy. A gull in its first year's plumage. Code of signals. Series of flags, etc. for communicating at sea. Codfisher's crew. The crew of a banker or fishing vessel which anchors in 60 or 70 fathoms on the Great Bank of Newfoundland and remains fishing until full or driven off by stress of weather. Season from June until October. See fisheries. Codger. An easygoing man of regularity. Also a knowing and eccentric hanger-on. One who will not move faster than he pleases. Codline. An 18-thread line. Cod sounds. The swim bladders of the codfish, cured and packed for the market. The palates also of the fish are included as tongues and sounds. Coal horn. A brass mortar, named after the Dutch engineer who invented it. It is the smallest piece of ordnance in the service, having a bore of 4½ inches diameter, a length of 1 foot, and a weight of 3/4 hundredweight. They throw their 12-pounder shells with much precision to moderate distances, and being fixed to wooden beds are very handy for ships' gangways, launches, etc., afloat, and for advanced trenches, the attack of stockades, etc., ashore. Coffer or coffre. A depth sunk in the bottom of a dry ditch to baffle besiegers when they attempt to cross it. Cofferdam. A cofferdam consists of 2 rows of piles, each row boarded strongly inside and being filled with clay within well rammed, thereby resists outward pressure and is impenetrable by the surrounding water. See caisson. Cog. An Anglo-Saxon word for a cock-boat or light yawl, being thus mentioned in Morte Arturi. Quote, then he covers his cog and caches 1 anchor. End quote. But coggo, as enumerated in an ordinance of Parliament in the time of Richard II, seems to have been a vessel of burden used to carry troops. Cogware. Goods carried in a cog. Coggle or cog. a small fishing boat upon the coasts of Yorkshire, and in the rivers Ouse and Humber. Hence the cogmen, who, after shipwreck or losses by sea, wandered about to defraud people by begging and stealing, until they were restrained by proper laws. Cogs, the same with cokes or dowels, which see. Cogs of a wheel applies to all wheel machinery now used at sea or on shore, thus windlass cogs, capstan cogs, etc. Cogging the nose, making comfortable over hot negus or grog. Coin, see coin. Coil, a certain quantity of rope laid up in ring fashion, the manner in which all ropes are disposed of on board ship for convenience of stowage. They are laid up round, one fake over another, or by concentric turns, termed Flemish coil, forming but one tier and laying flat on the deck, the end being in the middle of it as a snake or worm coils itself. Coiling, a sort of serpentine winding of a cable or other rope that it may occupy a small space in the ship. Each of the windings of this sort is called a fake, and one range of fakes upon the same line is called a tier. There are generally from 5 to 7 fakes in a tier, and 3 or 4 tiers in the whole length of the cable. The smaller ropes employed about the sails are coiled upon cleats at sea to prevent their being entangled. Coir, cordage made from the fibrous husks of the cocoanut. Though cables made of it are disagreeable to handle and coil away, they have the advantage of floating in water, so that vessels ride easily by them. They are still used by the Calcutta pilot brigs. True coir is from the Borassus gomutus, the long fibrous black cloth-like covering of the stem. It is from this that the black cables in the East are made, the cocoanut fibre being of a reddish hue. It is used for strong brushes, being cylindrical and smooth, with a natural gloss. Cokers, the old name for coconut trees. Co-latitude, the abbreviation for complement of latitude, or what it is short of 90 degrees. Cold chisel, a stout chisel made of steel, used for cutting iron when it is cold. Cold eel, the Gymnotus electricus. Coal, from the German Kohl. Colewort or sea kale, a plant in its wild state peculiar to the sea-coast. Coal goose, a name for the cormorant, Phalacrocorax carbo. Collar, an eye in the end or bight of a shroud or stay, to go over the masthead, the upper part of a stay, also a rope formed into a wreath, with a heart or dead eye seized in the bight, to which the stay is confined at the lower part, also the neck of a bolt. Collar beam, the beam upon which the stanchions of the beakhead bulkhead stand. Collector of customs, an officer who takes the general superintendence of the customs at any port. Colliers, vessels employed exclusively to carry coals from the northern ports of England. This trade has immemorially been an excellent nursery for seamen, but Shakespeare in Twelfth Night makes Sir Toby exclaim, "Hang him, foul collier!" The evil genius has lately introduced steam screw vessels into this invaluable school. Collimation, line of, the optical axis of a telescope or an imaginary line passing through the center of the tube. Collision, the case of one ship running foul of another, the injuries arising from which, where no blame is imputable to the master of either, is generally borne by the owners of both in equal parts. See allision. Collision clause, see running down clause. Collop, a cut from a joint of meat, Scotch collops. Colmy, a 5th year or full-grown coalfish, sometimes called comb. Colmo, an old word for the sea mew, derived from the Anglo-Saxon. Colonel, commander of a regiment, either of horse or foot. Colonnati, the Spanish pillared dollar. Colorable, ship's papers so drawn up as to be available for more purposes than one. In admiralty law, a probable plea. Color chests, chests appropriated to the reception of flags for making signals. Colors, the flags or banners which distinguish the ships of different nations, also the regimental flags of the army, hauling down colors in token of submission, and the use of signals are mentioned by Plutarch in Themistocles. Color Sergeant, the senior sergeant of a company of infantry. He acts as a kind of sergeant major and generally as pay sergeant also to the company. From amongst these trustworthy men, the sergeants for attendance on the colours in the field were originally detailed. Colt, a short piece of rope with a large knot at one end, kept in the pocket for starting skulkers. Columbiad, a name given in the United States to a peculiar pattern of gun in their service, principally adapted to the firing of heavy shells. Its external form does not appear to have been the result of much science, and it is now generally superseded by the Dahlgren pattern. Column, a body of troops in deep files and narrow front, so disposed as to move in regular succession. Colures, great circles passing through the equinoctial and solstitial points and the poles of the earth. Comm, a small piece of timber under the lower part of the beakhead for the foretack to be hauled to in some vessels instead of a bumpkin. It has the same use in bringing the foretack on board that the chest tree has to the main tack, also the notched scale of a wire micrometer, also that projecting piece on the top of the cock of a gun lock which affords the thumb a convenient hold for drawing it back. Combatants, men or bodies of troops engaged in battle with each other. Comm, see cum and quum. Combers, heavy surges breaking on a beach. Grass combers, men who volunteer from the plough-tail and often prove valuable seamen. Combing the cat, the boatswain or other operator running his fingers through the cat o' nine tails to separate them. Combings, see combings. Combing sea, a rolling and crested wave. Combustion, burning, etc. See spontaneous combustion. Come no near. The order to the helmsman to steer the ship on the course indicated and not closer to the wind while going full and by. Come on board, sir. An officer reporting himself to his superior on returning from duty or leave. Come to bring the ship close to the wind. Come to an anchor, let go the anchor. Come up with a rope or tackle is to slack it off. Comes up with the helm. A close-hauled ship comes up to her course as the wind changes in her favour. To come up with or overhaul a vessel chased. Come up the capstan is to turn it to the contrary way to that which it was heaving, so as to take the strain off, or slacken or let out some of the cablet or rope which is about it. Come up the tackle fall is to let go. To come up in shipbuilding is to cast loose the forelocks or lashings of a set, in order to take in closer to the plank. Coming home. Set of the anchor when it has been dropped on bad holding ground, or is dislodged from its bed by the violence of the wind and sea, and is dragged along by the vessel, or is tripped by insufficient length of cable, coming round on her heel, turning in the same spot. Coming the old soldier, petty manoeuvring. Coming up glass, see double image micrometer. Committee, a certain comitas gentium or judgment of tribunals, having competent jurisdiction in any one state, are regarded in the courts of all other civilized powers as conclusive, especially binding in all prize matters, however manifestly unjust may be the decision. See judgment. Command. The words of command are the terms used by officers in exercise or upon service. All commands belong to the senior officer. Also in fortification the height of the top of the parapet of a work above the level of the country, or above that of another work. Generally one position is said to be commanded by another when it can be seen into from the latter. Commandant, the officer in command of a squadron, ship, garrison, fort, or regiment. Commander, an officer in the Royal Navy, commanding a ship of war of under 20 guns, a sloop of war, armed ship, or bomb vessel. He was entitled master and commander, and ranked with the major of the army, now simply termed commander and ranking with lieutenant colonel, but junior of that rank. The act of the commander is binding upon the interests of all under him, and he is alone responsible for costs and damages. He may act erroneously and abandon what might have turned out good prize to himself and crew. Commander is also the name of a large wooden mallet used especially in the sail and rigging lofts, as anything of metal would injure the ropes or canvas. Commander-in-Chief, the senior officer in any port or station appointed to hold command over all other vessels within the limits assigned to him. Thus the Commodore on the coast of Africa is de facto Commander-in-Chief, free from the interference of any other authority afloat. Command of mind men, steady officers who command coolly. Commiatus, or provisions, going to the enemy's ports, subject only to pre-emption, a right of purchase upon reasonable terms, but previously liable to confiscation. Robinson. Commiatus in Admiralty law is a general term, signifying drink as well as eatables. Commerce was not much practiced by the Romans. The principal objects of their water carriage were the supply of corn, still termed annona, and the tribute and spoils of conquered countries. Commercial code of signals as Marryat's and others. Commissariat, the department of supplies to the army. Commissary, the principal officer in charge of the commissariat. Commission, the authority by which an officer officiates in his post, also an allowance paid to agents or factors for transacting the business of others. Commissioned officers, those appointed by commissions. Such are admirals, down to lieutenants in the Royal Navy and in the Army, all from the general to the ensign inclusive. Commissioners, lords of the Admiralty. In general, the Crown appoints 5 or 7 commissioners for executing the office of Lord High Admiral, etc. For this important and high office has seldom been entrusted to any single person. The Admiralty jurisdiction extends to all offences mentioned in the Articles of War or New Naval Code, as regards places beyond the powers of the law courts or outside the bounds of a county. But all criminal acts committed within the limits of a county, or within a line drawn from one headland to the next, are especially liable to be tried by the common law courts. The High Court of Admiralty, Civil Court, takes cognizance of salvage, prize derelict, collision, etc., at sea, beyond the county limits, even as relates to ships of war if in fault. Commissioners of Customs, the Board of Management of the Customs Department of the Public Revenue. Commissioners of the Navy, certain officers, formerly appointed to superintend the affairs of the Navy under the direction of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Their duty was more immediately concerned in the building, docking, and repairing of ships in the dockyards. They had also the appointment of some of the officers as surgeons, masters, etc., and the transport, victualling, and medical departments were controlled by that board. It was abolished in 1831. To commit oneself, to break through regulations, to incur responsibility without regard to results. Commodore, a senior officer in command of a detached squadron. A captain, finding 5 or 6 ships assembled, was formally permitted to hoist his pennant and command as commodore, and a necessity arising for holding a court-martial, he ordered the said court to assemble. Again, where an admiral dies in command, the senior captain hoists a first-class broad pennant, and appoints a captain, secretary, and flag lieutenant, fulfills the duties of a rear admiral, and wears the uniform. Commodores of the second class have no captain or pennant lieutenant. A commodore rates with brigadier generals, according to dates of commission, being of full colonel's rank. He is next in command to a rear admiral, but cannot hoist his broad pennant in the presence of an admiral or superior captain, without permission. The broad pennant is a swallow-tailed tapered burgee. The second-class commodore is to hoist his broad pennant white at the fore. It is a title given by courtesy to the senior captain where 3 or more ships of war are cruising in company. It was also imported into the East India Company's vessels, the senior being so termed inter se. It moreover denotes the convoy ship which carries a light in her top. The epithet is corrupted from the Spanish comendador. Communication, corresponding by letter, hail, or signal. See line of communication and boyo. To commute, to lighten the sentence of a court-martial on a recommendation of the court to the commander-in-chief. End of section 24. Read by Czandra. Section 25 of the Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by W.H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. C-O-M-P to C-O-N. Companion. The framing and sash lights upon the quarter-deck or roundhouse, through which light passes to the cabins and decks below, and a sort of wooden hood placed over the entrance or staircase of the master's cabin in small ships. Flush-decked vessels are generally fitted with movable companions to keep the rain or water from descending, which are unshipped when the capstan is required. Companion ladder denotes the ladder by which the officers ascend to and descend from the quarter-deck. Companionway, the staircase, porch, or berthing of the ladder-way to the cabin. Company, the whole crew of any ship, including her officers, men, and boys. In the army, a small body of foot or subdivision of a regiment, commanded by a captain. Comparative rank, see rank. Comparison watch, the job watch for taking an observation, compared before and after with the chronometer. Compartment bulkheads. Some of the iron ships have adopted the admirable Chinese plan of dividing the hold athwart ship by strong watertight bulkheads into compartments so that a leak in any one of them does not communicate with the others, thus strengthening a vessel, besides adding to its security. Compartment bulkheads were first erected to be fitted under the superintendence of Commander Belcher in Her Majesty's ships Erebus and Terror at Chatham for Arctic service in 1835. HMS Terror, Commander Back, was saved entirely owing to this fitment, the after section being full of water all the passage home, and lately the mail packet Samphire was similarly saved. Compassant, a corruption of Corpo Santo, a ball of electric light observed flickering about the masts, yardarms, and rigging during heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Compass, an instrument employed by navigators to guide the ship's course at sea. It consists of a circular box containing a fly or paper card, which represents the horizon and is suspended by two concentric rings called gimbals. The fly is divided into 32 equal parts by lines drawn from the center to the circumference, called points or rhumbs. The interval between the points is subdivided into 360 degrees. Consequently, the distance or angle comprehended between any two rhumbs is equal to 11 degrees and 15 minutes. The four cardinal points lie opposite to each other. The north and south points form top and bottom, leaving the east on the right hand and the west on the left. The names of all the inferior points are compounded of these according to their situation. This card is attached to a magnetic needle, which, carrying the card round with it, points north, excepting for the local annual variation and the deviation caused by the iron in the ship. The angle which the course makes with that meridian is shown by the lubber's point, a dark line inside the box. See adjustment of the compass. To compass, to curve, also to obtain one's object. Compassing, see compass timbers. Compassionate allowances. Grants are made on the Compassionate Fund to the legitimate children of deceased officers on its being shown to the Admiralty that they deserve them. Compass saw, a narrow saw which, inserted in a hole bored by a center bit, follows out required curves. Compass timbers, such as are curved, crooked, or arched, for shipbuilding. Compensation. If a detained vessel is lost by the negligence and misconduct of the prize-master, compensation must be rendered, and the actual captors are responsible, the principal being answerable in law for the agent's acts. Compensator of the compass. See magnetic compensator. To complain. The creaking of masts or timbers when overpressed without any apparent external defect. One man threatening to complain of another is saying that he will report misconduct to the officer in charge of the quarter-deck. Complement. The proper number of men employed in any ship, either for navigation or battle. In navigation, the complement of the course is what it wants of 8 points, of latitude what it is short of 90 degrees. See colatitude. Complement of longitude. See supplement of longitude. Complete book. a book which contains the names and particulars of every person born for wages on board, as age, place of birth, rating, times of entry and discharge, etc. To compliment, to render naval or military honor where due. Compo, the monthly portion of wages paid to the ship's company. Composition nails, those which are made of mixed metal, and which, being largely used for nailing on copper sheathing, are erroneously called copper nails. Compound, a term used in India for a lawn garden or enclosed ground round a house. Comprador, Spanish, a Chinese contractor in shipping concerns or in purchasing present supplies. Compress, a pad of soft linen used by the surgeon for the dressing of a wound. Compression of the poles, the amount of flattening at the polar regions of a planet by which the polar diameter is less than the equatorial. Compressor, a mechanism generally adopted afloat for facilitating the working of the large guns recently introduced. The gun carriage is thus compressed to its slide or platform during the recoil, and set free again by the turn of a handle for running up. It is of various forms. One of the simpler kind used to be always applied to carronade slides. Compressor stopper, a contrivance for holding the chain cable by compression. Compromise, the mutual agreement of a party or parties at difference to refer to arbitration or make an end of the matter. Controller of the customs, the officer who controls and has a check on the collectors of customs. See controller. Comptroller of the Navy, formerly the Chief Commissioner of the Navy Board, at which he presided. Comrade, a barrack term for a fellow soldier serving in the same company. Concealment, or suppressio veri, consists in the suppression of any fact or circumstance as to the state of the ship, the nature of her employ, and the time of sailing or expected arrival, material to the risk of insurance, and is fatal to the insured, but it is held immaterial to disclose the secret destination of privateers, the usages of trade, or matters equally open to both parties. Concentrated fire, the bringing the whole or several guns to bear on a single point. Conch, a large univalve used as a horn by pilots, fishermen, etc. in fogs. A strombus, triton, or sometimes a murex. Conchs, a name for the wreckers of the Bahama reefs, in allusion to the shells on those shores. Though plunder is their object, the conchs are very serviceable to humanity, and evince both courage and address in saving the lives of the wrecked. Concluding line, a small rope hitched to the middle of the steps of the stern ladders, also a small line leading through the center of the steps of a Jacob's ladder. Condemnation, a captured ship, declared by sentence of the Admiralty Court to be lawful prize, but the transfer of a prize vessel carried into a neutral port and sold without a condemnation, or the authority of any judicial proceedings, is null and void. Condemned, unserviceable, as bad provisions, old stores, etc. Condenser, the chamber of a marine engine, where the steam, after having performed its duty, is instantly reduced to water. Sailing ships frequently carry condensers for the purpose of making fresh from salt water. Condor, a watcher of fishes, the same as baulker, hewer, and opus. See Statute 1 James, chapter 23, relating to his employment, which was to give notice to the fishermen from an eminence which way the herring shoals were going. Conditions, the terms of surrender. Conduct list, a roll to accompany the tickets of all persons sent to a hospital for medical treatment. It details their names, numbers on the ship's books, the date of their being sent, and the nature of their ailment. Conduct money, a sum advanced to defray the traveling expenses of volunteers and of soldiers and sailors to their quarters and ships. See Safe Conduct. Conductor, a thick metal wire, generally of copper, extending from above the main truck downwards into the water, or in the form of a chain with long links. Its use is to defend the ship from the effects of lightning by conveying the electric fluid into the sea. Cone, a solid figure having a circle for its base and produced by the entire revolution of a right-angled triangle about its perpendicular side, which is termed the axis of the cone. Cone boy, sea can boys. Coney fish, a name of the burbot. Configuration, the relative positions of celestial bodies, as for instance those of Jupiter's satellites, with respect to the primary at any one time. Confinement, inflicted restraint, an arrest. Confirmed rank, when an officer is placed in a vacancy by acting order, he only holds temporary rank until confirmed therein by the Admiralty. An acting order given by competent authority is not disturbed by any casual superior. Conflict, an indecisive action. Confluence, those streams which join and flow together. The confluence is the point of junction of an affluent river with its recipient. Conger, a large species of sea eel, furnishing a somewhat vile viand, but eatable when strongly curried, not at all despised by the people of Cornwall in fishy pie. Congreve rocket, a very powerful form of rocket, invented by the late Sir William Congreve, R.A., and intended to do the work of artillery without the inconvenience of its weight. With its present form, however, the rocket is so uncertain that it is in little favour save for exceptional occasions. Conical tops of mountains not unfrequently indicate their nature. The truncated sugar-loaf form is generally assumed by volcanoes, though the same is occasionally met with in other mountains. Conic sections, the curved lines and plane figures which are produced by the intersection of a plane with a cone. Congee, gruel made of rice. Conjugate axis, the secondary diameter of an ellipse, perpendicular to the transverse axis. Conjunction, in nautical astronomy, is when two bodies have the same longitude or right ascension. Con or kun, as pronounced by seamen. This word is derived from the Anglo-Saxon conan, to know or be skilful. The pilot of old was skilful, and later the master was selected to con the ship in action, that is, direct the helmsman. The quartermaster during ordinary watches cons the ship, and stands beside the wheel at the con, unless close-hauled, when his station is at the weather side, where he can see the weather leaches of the sails. Connecting rod, in the marine engine, the part which connects the side levers and the crank together. Connings, reckonings. To conquer, to overcome decidedly. Conscription, not only furnishes conscripts for the French army, but also levies a number of men who are compelled to serve afloat. Consecration of colours, a rite practised in the army, but not in the navy. To consign, to send a consignment of goods to an agent or factor for sale or disposal. Consignee, the party to whose care a ship or a consignment of goods is entrusted. Consignment, goods assigned from beyond sea or elsewhere to a factor. Console bracket, a light piece of ornament at the fore part of the quarter gallery, otherwise called a canting lever. Consort, any vessel keeping company with another. In consort, ships sailing together in partnership. Consortship, the practice of two or more ships agreeing to join in adventure, under which a strict division of all prizes must be made. See ton for ton. Construction, in naval architecture, is to give the ship such a form as may be most suitable for the service for which she is designed. In navigation, it is the method of ascertaining a ship's course by trigonometrical diagrams. See inspection. Constructive total loss, when the repair of damage sustained by the perils of the sea would cost more than the ship would be worth after being repaired. Consul, an officer established by a commission from the Crown in all foreign countries of any considerable trade to facilitate business and represent the merchants of his nation. They take rank with captains, but are to wait on them if a boat be sent. Commanders wait on consuls, but vice-consuls wait on commanders, in etiquette. Ministers and chargés d'affaires retire in case of hostilities, but consuls are permitted to remain to watch the interests of their countrymen. When commerce began to flourish in modern Europe, occasion soon arose for the institution of a kind of court merchant, to determine commercial affairs in a summary way. Their authority depends very much on their commission, and on the words of the treaty on which it is founded. The consuls are to take care of the affairs of the trade, and of the rights, interests, and privileges of their countrymen in foreign ports. Not being public ministers, they are liable to the lex loci, both civil and criminal, and their exemption from certain taxes depends upon treaty and custom. Contact. Brought in contact with, as touching the sides of a ship. In astronomy, bringing a reflected body, as the sun, in contact with the moon or with a star. See lunar distances, sextant, etc. Contents. A document which the master of a merchantman must deliver to the custom-house searcher before he can clear outwards. It describes the vessel's destination, cargo, and all necessary particulars. Continent. In geography, a large extent of land which is not entirely surrounded by water, or separated from other lands by the sea, as Europe, Asia, and Africa. It is also used in contradistinction to island, though America seems insulated. Contingent. The quota of armed men, or pecuniary subsidy which one state gives to another. Also certain allowances made to commanding officers to defray necessary expenses. Continued lines. In field works means a succession of fronts without any interruption, save the necessary passages, differing thus from interrupted lines. Continuous servicemen. Those seamen who, having entered for a period on being paid off, are permitted to have leave and return to the flagship at the port for general service. Cont line. The space between the bilges of two casks stowed side by side. Contour. The sweep of a ship's shape. Contraband. The ship is involved in the legal fate of the cargo. The master should therefore be careful not to take any goods on board without all custom-house duties being paid up, and see that they be not prohibited by Parliament or public proclamation. Contraband is simply defined, merchandise forbidden by the law of nations to be supplied to an enemy, but it affords fat dodges to the Admiralty Court sharks. Contraband of war. Arms, ammunition, and all stores which may aid hostilities, masts, ship timber going to an enemy's port, hemp, provisions, and even money under stipulations, pitch and tar, sailcloth. They must, however, be taken in delicto, in the actual prosecution of a voyage to the enemy's port. Contract of affreightment. The agreement for the letting to freight the whole or any part of a vessel for one or more voyages. The charter party. Contract ticket. A printed form of agreement with every passenger in a passenger ship, prescribed by the legislature. Contrary. The wind when opposed to a vessel's course. Cruel was the stately ship that bore her love from Mary, and cruel was the fair wind that wouldn't blow contrary. Contravallation. Lines of. Continuous lines of entrenchment round the besieged fortress, and fronting towards it, to guard against any sorties from the place. See circumvallation. Contribution. Money paid in order to save a place from being plundered by a hostile force. See ransom. Also a sum raised among merchants where goods have been thrown overboard in stress of weather, towards the loss of the owners thereof. Controller. Differs from comptroller, which applies chiefly to the duties of an acompte, but the controller of the navy controls naval matters in shipbuilding, fitting, etc. There is also the controller of victualling, and the controller general of the coast guard. Contumacy. The not appearing to the 3 calls of the Admiralty Court, after the allegation has been presented to the judge with a schedule of expenses to be taxed, and an oath of their necessity. Convalescent. Those men who are recovering health, but not sufficiently recovered to perform their duties, are reported by the surgeon convalescent. Convalescents are amused by picking oakum. Convenient port. A general law term in cases of capture, within a certain latitude of discretion, a place where a vessel can lie in safety and holding ready communication with the tribunals which have to decide the question of capture. convention. An agreement made between hostile troops for the evacuation of a post or the suspension of hostilities. Convergent. In geography, a stream which comes into another stream but whose course is unknown is simply a convergent. Conversion. Reducing a vessel by a deck, thereby converting a line of battle ship into a frigate, or a crank three-decker into a good two-decker, or a serviceable vessel into a hulk, resembling a prison or dungeon, internally and externally as much as possible. Conversion of stores. Adapting the sails, ropes, or timbers from one purpose to another with the least possible waste. Convexity. The curved limb of the moon, an outward curve. Convict ship. A vessel appropriated to the convicts of a dockyard, also one hired to carry out convicts to their destination. Convoy. A fleet of merchant ships, similarly bound, protected by an armed force. Also the ship or ships appointed to conduct and defend them on their passage. Also a guard of troops to escort a supply of stores to a detached force. Convoy instructions. The printed regulations supplied by the senior officer to each ship of the convoy. Convoy list. A return of the merchantmen placed under the protection of men of war for safe conduct to their destination. End of section 25. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 26 of The Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. COO to CP. Cook. A man of each mess, who is caterer for the day and answerable too, wherefore he is allowed the surplus grog, termed plush, which see. The cook par excellence in the Navy was a man of importance, responsible for the proper cooking of the food, yet not overboiling the meat to extract the fat, his perquisite. The coppers were closely inspected daily by the captain, and if they soiled a cambric handkerchief, the cook's allowance was stopped. Now the ship's cook is a first-class petty officer, and cannot be punished as heretofore. In a merchantman the cook is ex officio, the hero of the foresheet, as the steward is of the main one. Cooking a day's work. To save the officer in charge. Reckoning, too, is cooked, as in a certain Antarctic discovery of land which James Ross afterwards sailed over. Cook-room or cook-house. The galley or caboose containing the cooking apparatus and where victuals are dressed. Coolie, coolie, or chulia. A person who carries a load, a porter or day labourer in India and China. Comm. The Anglo-Saxon combe, a low place enclosed with hills, a valley. See coombe. Coomings or coamings. The rim of the hatchways. See coamings. Coombe of a wave. The comb or crest. The white summit when it breaks. Coontree. A Manx and Erse term for the neap tide. Coop or fish coop. A hollow vessel made with twigs, with which fish are taken in the Humber. See hen coop. Cooper. A rating for a first-class petty officer who repairs casks, etc. Coot. A waterfowl common on lakes and rivers, Fulica atra. The toes are long and not webbed, but bordered by a scalloped membrane. The name is sometimes used for the guillemot, Uria troile, and often applied to a stupid person. Cuth. See cuth. Cop or copt. The top of a conical hill. Cope. An Old English word for cape. Kopek. See kopeck. Copernican system. The Pythagorean system of the universe, revived by Copernicus in the 16th century and now confirmed, in which the sun occupies the central space and the planets with their attendant satellites revolve about him. Copil. An old term for a variety of the cobble. Coping. In shipbuilding, turning the ends of iron lodging knees so that they may hook into the beams. To copper. to cover the ship's bottom with prepared copper. Copper bolts, see copper fastened. Coppered or copper-bottomed, sheathed with thin sheets of copper, which prevents the teredo eating into the planks, or shell and weed accumulating on the surface, whereby a ship is retarded in her sailing. Copper fastened, the bolts and other metal work in the bottom of ships made of copper instead of iron, so that the vessel may afterwards be coppered without danger of its corroding the heads of the bolts by galvanic action, as ensues when copper and iron are in contact with sea water. Copper nails. These are chiefly used in boat building and for plank nails in the vicinity of the binnacle, as iron affects the compass needle. They are not to be confounded with composition nails, which are cast. See roof or rove and clinch. Coppers. The ship's boilers for cooking. The name is generally used, even where the apparatus may be made of iron. Coquillage. Shellfish in general. It applies to anchorages where oysters abound, or where fish are plentiful, and shellfish for bait easily obtainable. It is specially a term belonging to French and Spanish fishermen. Corab. A sort of boat, otherwise called coracle. Coracle. An ancient British truckle, or boat, constructed of wickerwork, and still in use among Welsh fishermen and on the Irish lakes. It is covered by skins, oilcloth, etc., which are removed when out of use. It is of an oval form, contains one man who, on reaching the shore, shoulders his coracle, deposits it in safety, and covers it with dried rushes or heather. The Arctic bidar is of similar construction. It is probably of the like primitive fabric with the Kimba sutiles of Herodotus. Cora, see Cora. Coral. A name applied to the hard calcareous support or skeleton of many species of marine zoophytes. The coral-producing animals abound chiefly in tropical seas, sometimes forming, by the aggregated growth of countless generations, reefs, barriers, and islands of vast extent. The red coral, Corallium rubrum, of the Mediterranean is highly prized for ornamental purposes. Corallan. A small open boat for the Mediterranean coral fishery. Coral band. See sand and coral bank or islet. Corbeille, French, basket. Miner's basket, small gabion used temporarily for shelter to riflemen, and placed on the parapet, either to fire through or for protection from a force placed on a higher level. Corbillard, French, a large boat of transport. Cord. Small rope, that of an inch or less in circumference. Cord or churd of wood, as firewood. A statute stack is 8 feet long, 4 feet broad, and 4 feet high. Cordage, a general term for the running rigging of a ship, as also for rope of any size which is kept in reserve, and for all stuff to make ropes. Cable-laid cordage. Ropes, the 3 strands of which are composed of 3 other strands, as are cables and cablets. See rope. Cordilla, the coarse German hemp, otherwise called torse. Cordley, a name for the tunny fish. Cordon. In fortification, the horizontal moulding of masonry along the top of the true escarp. Also sometimes used for lines of circumvallation or blockade, or any connected chain of troops or even sentries. Also the riband of an order of knighthood or honour, and hence used by the French as signifying a member thereof, as cordon bleu, Knight of the Order of the Holy Ghost, etc. Cordovan, leather made from sealskin. The term is derived from the superior leather prepared at Cordova in Spain. Corduroy, applied to roads formed in new settlements of trees laid roughly on sleepers, transverse to the direction of the road, as suddenly for artillery. Corkyr or cudbear. The Lecanora tartaria, a lichen producing a purple dye, growing on the stones of the Western Isles and in Norway. Cormorant, a well-known seabird, Phalacrocorax carbo of the family Pelecanidae. To corn, a remainder of the Anglo-Saxon kegirnd, salted. To preserve meat for a time by salting it slightly. Corned, slightly intoxicated. In Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, mention is made of corny ale. Corned powder, powder granulated from the mill cakes and sifted. Cornet, a commissioned officer who carries the colours belonging to a cavalry troop, equivalent to an ensign in the infantry, the junior subaltern rank in the horse. Cornish ring, the astragal of the muzzle or neck of a gun. It is the next ring from the mouth backwards, now disused. Corn salad, a species of valerianella. The top leaves are used for salad, a good antiscorbutic with vinegar. Corns of powder, the small grains that gunpowder consists of, the powder reduced for fireworks, quill tubes, etc., sometimes by alcohol. Coromontins, a peculiar race of negroes brought from the interior of Africa and sold, but so ferocious as to be greatly dreaded in the West Indies. Corona, in timber, consists of rows of microscopic cylinders situated between the wood and the pith. It is that part from which all the branches take their rise, and from it all the wood threads grow. Corona astronomically means the luminous ring or glory which surrounds the sun or moon during an eclipse, or the intervention of a thin cloud. They are generally faintly coloured at their edges. Frequently, when there is a halo encircling the moon, there is a small corona more immediately round it. Coronae, as well as halos, have been observed to prognosticate rain, hail, or snow, being the result of snow or dense vapours nearer the earth, through which the object becomes hazy. Coroner, an important officer. Seamen should understand that his duties embrace all acts within a line drawn from one headland to another, or within the body of the county. His duty is to investigate, on the part of the Crown, all accidents, deaths, wrecks, etc., and his warrant is not to be condemned or avoided. Coraus, the ancient weapon invented by Duilius for boarding. An attempt was made in 1798 to reintroduce it in French privateers. Coronel, the old word for colonel, colonel. Corfoon, an out-of-the-way name for a herring. Corporal, ships. In a ship of war was under the master-at-arms, employed to teach the sailors the use of small arms, to attend at the gangways when entering ports, and see that no spirituous liquors were brought on board without leave; also to extinguish the fire and candles at 8 o'clock in winter and 9 o'clock in summer, when the evening gun was fired, and to see that there were no lights below, but such as were under the charge of the proper sentinels. In the marines, or army in general, the corporal is a non-commissioned officer, next below the sergeant in the scale of authority. The ship's corporal of the present day is the superior of the first-class working petty officers, and solely attends to police matters under the master-at-arms or superintendent-in-chief. Corporal oath, so called because the witness, when he swears, lays his right hand on the Holy Evangelists or New Testament. Corposant, Corpo Santo, Italian, see Compassant. Corps, any body of troops acting under one commander. Corps, Jack's term for the party of marines embarked, the corps. Corrections, reductions of observation of the sun, moon, or stars. Corridor, see covert way. Corine powder, corn powder, a fine kind of gunpowder. Corsair, a name commonly given to the piratical cruisers of Barbary, who frequently plundered the merchant ships indiscriminately. Corselet, the old name for a piece of armour used to cover the body of a fighting man. Cortege, the official staff, civil or military. Coruscations, atmospheric flashes of light, as in auroras. Corvettes, flush-decked ships, equipped with one tier of guns, fine vessels for warm climates, from admitting a free circulation of air. The Bermuda-built corvettes were deemed superior vessels, swift, weatherly, lie to well, and carry sail in a stiff breeze. The cedar of which they are chiefly built is very buoyant, but also brittle. Corvorant, an old mode of spelling cormorant. Cosier, a lubber, a botcher, a tailoring fellow. coser, Spanish, to sow. Cosmical rising and setting of the heavenly bodies, their rising and setting with the sun. Cosmographer, formerly applied to too clever by half, now one who describes the world or universe in all its parts. Cos, a measure of distance in India, varying in different districts from 1.5 miles to 2 miles. Coastal, relating to the coast. Costeia, an Old English word for going by the coast. Costera, a law archaism for the sea-coast. Costs and damage. Demurrage is generally given against a captor for unjustifiable detention. Where English merchants provoke expense by using false papers, the court decrees the captors their expenses on restitution. See expenses. Cot, a wooden bed frame, suspended from the beams of a ship for the officers between decks. It is enclosed in canvas, sewed in the form of a chest about 6 feet long, 1 foot deep, and 2 or 3 feet wide, in which the mattress is laid. Cot, an old term for a little boat. Cotton, gun. See gun cotton. Cotonina, the thick sailcloth of the Levant. Cubase, an ornamented Japanese barge of 40 oars. Cud, an old term used for con or kun. Coulterneb, a name of the puffin. Fratercula arctica. Council of war, the assemblage of officers for concerting measures of moment, too often deemed the symbol of irresolution in the commander-in-chief. Counter, a term which enters into the composition of divers words of our language, and generally implies opposition, as counter-brace, counter-current, etc. Counter of a ship refers to her after seat on the water. The counter above extends from the gun-deck line, or lower ribbon moulding of the cabin windows, to the waterline or seat of water. The lower counter is arched below that line and constitutes the hollow run. It is formed on the transom buttocks. Counter approaches. Works effected outside the place by the garrison during a siege to enfilade, command, or otherwise check the approaches of the besieger. Counterbalance weight in the marine engine. See lever. Also in many marine barometers, where it slides and is fixed by adjusting screws, so as to produce an even balanced swing, free from jerk. To counterbrace is bracing the head yards one way and the after yards another. The counterbrace is the lee brace of the fore topsail yard, but is only distinguished by this name at the time of the ship's going about, called tacking, when the sail begins to shiver in the wind. This brace is hauled in to flatten the sail against the lee side of the topmast, and increase the effect of the wind in forcing her round. Counterbracing becomes necessary to render the vessel stationary when sounding, lowering a boat, or speaking a stranger. It is now an obsolete term, and the maneuver is called heaving to. Countercurrent, the portion of water diverted from the main stream of a current by the particular formation of the coast or other obstruction, and which therefore runs in a contrary direction. There is also a current formed under the lee counter of a ship when going through the water, which retains floating objects there and is fatal to a man by sucking him under. Counterforts, masonry adjuncts advantageous to all retaining walls, but especially to those which, like the escarps of fortresses, are liable to be battered. They are attached at regular intervals to the hinder face of the wall, and perpendicular to it, having various proportions, but generally the same height as the wall. They hold it from being thrust forward from behind, and even when it is battered away, retain the earth at the back at such a steep slope that the formation of a practicable breach remains very difficult. When arches are turned between the counterforts, the strength of the whole structure is much increased. It is then called a counter-arched revêtement. Counterguard. In fortification, a smaller rampart raised in front of a larger one, principally with the intention of delaying for a period the besieger's attack. Other means, however, are generally preferred in modern times, except when a rapid fall in the ground renders it difficult to cover the main escarp by ordinary resources. Counterline, a word often used for contravallation. Countermarch, to change the direction of a march to its exact opposite. In some military movements, this involves the changing of front and wings. Countermines. Military defensive mines. They may be arranged on a system for the protection of the whole of a front of fortification by the discovering and blowing up not only the subterranean approaches of the besieger, but also his more important lodgments above. Countermold. The converse of mold, which see. Counter-rails. The balustrade work or ornamental moulding across a square stern where the counter terminates. Counterscarp. In fortification, the outer side of the ditch next the country. It is usually of less height and less strongly revetted than the escarp, the side which forms the face of the rampart. Countersea. The disturbed state of the sea after a gale, when the wind having changed, the sea still runs in its old direction. Countersign. A particular word or number which is exchanged between sentinels and entrusted to those on duty. See parole. Countersunk. Those holes which are made for the heads of bolts or nails to be sunk in, so as to be even with the general surface. Countertimbers. Short right aft timbers for the purpose of strengthening the counter and forming the stern. Counter-trenches. See counter-approaches. Country. A term synonymous with station, the place whither a ship happens to be ordered. Coup de grâce. The finishing shot which brings an enemy to surrender, or the wound which deprives an adversary of life or resistance. Coup de main. A sudden and vigorous attack. Coup d'œil. The skill of distinguishing at first sight the weakness of an enemy's position, as Nelson did at the Nile. To couple. To bend two hawsers together, coupling links of a cable, coupling shackles. Coureau. A small yawl of the Garonne, also a narrow strait or channel. Course. The direction taken by anything in motion, shown by the point of the compass towards which they run, as water in a river, tides and currents, but of the wind as similarly indicated by the compass point from which it blows. Course is also the ship's way. In common parlance, it is the point of the compass upon which the ship sails, the direction in which she proceeds or is intended to go. When the wind is foul, she cannot lie her course. If free, she steers her course. Courses. A name by which the sails hanging from the lower yards of a ship are usually distinguished, videlicet the mainsail, foresail, and mizzen. The staysails upon the lower masts are sometimes also comprehended in this denomination, as are the main staysails of all brigs and schooners. A ship is under her courses when she has no sail set but the foresail, mainsail, and mizzen. Trysails are courses, which see, sometimes termed bentings. Corset. The paper on which the night's course is set for the officer in charge of the watch. Court-martial. A tribunal held under an Act of Parliament of the year 1749, and not, like the Mutiny Act, requiring yearly re-enactment. It has lately, 6th of August, 1861, been changed to the Naval Discipline Act. At present a court may be composed of 5, but must not exceed 9 members. No officer shall sit who is under 21 years of age. No flag officer can be tried unless the President also be a flag officer, and the others flag or captains. No captain shall be tried unless the President be of higher rank, and the others captains and commanders. No court for the trial of any officer or person below the rank of captain shall be legal unless the President is a captain or of higher rank, nor unless, in addition, there be 2 other officers of the rank of commander or of higher rank. Any witness summoned, civil, naval, or military, by the judge advocate, refusing to attend or give evidence, to be punished as for same in civil courts. The Admiralty can issue commissions to officers to hold courts-martial on foreign stations, without which they cannot be convened. A commander-in-chief on a foreign station, holding such a commission, may under his hand authorize an officer in command of a detached portion to hold courts-martial. Formerly, all officers composing the court, attendants, witnesses, etc., were compelled to appear in their full-dress uniforms, but by recent orders the undress uniform with cocked hat and sword is to be worn. Coutel, a military implement which served both for a knife and a dagger. Couter, a piece of armour which covered the elbow. Cove, an inlet in a coast, sometimes extensive, as the Cove of Cork. In naval architecture, the arched moulding sunk in at the foot or lower part of the taffrail. My cove, a familiar, friendly term. Cover, security from attack or interruption, as under cover of the ship's guns, under cover of the parapet. In the field exercise and drill of troops, one body is said to cover another exactly in rear of it. Covers for sails when furled, to protect them from the weather when loosing and airing them is precluded, are made of strong canvas painted. Covered way, in fortification, a space running along the outside of the ditch for the convenient passage of troops and guns, covered from the country by a palisading and the parapet of the glacis. It is of importance to an active defence, as besides enabling a powerful musketry fire to be poured on the near approaches of the besieger, it affords to the garrison a secure base from which to sally in force at any hour of the day or night. Covering board, see plank shear. Covering party, a force detached to protect a party sent on a special duty. Covert way, see covered way. Cow, applied by whalers to the female whale, to cow, to depress with fear. Cowardice and desertion of duty in fight are criminal by law, even in the crew of a merchant ship. Such poltroonery is very rare. Cowed, to float slowly, a Scotch term, as the boat coweds bravely away. Cow hitch, a slippery or lubberly hitch. Cow horn, the seaman's appellation of the cohorn. Cowie, a name among Scotch fishermen for the porpoise. Cowl, the cover of a funnel. Cowrie, small shells. Cyprea moneta, used for money or barter in Africa and the East Indies. Coxswain or coxswain, see coxswain. Cox's traverse, up one hatchway and down another to elude duty. See Tom Cox. C.P. Mark for men sent by civil power. End of section 26. Read by Czandra. Section 27 of The Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. C.R. Crab. A wooden pillar, the lower end of which being let down through a ship's decks rests upon a socket like the capstan, and having in its upper end 3 or 4 holes at different heights, long oars are thrust through them, each acting like 2 levers. It is employed to wind in the cable or any other weighty matter. Also a portable wooden or cast-iron machine, fitted with wheels and pinions, similar to those of a winch, of use in loading and discharging timber vessels, etc. The crab with 3 claws is used to launch ships and to heave them into the dock or off the quay. To catch a crab, to pull in an oar too light or too deep in the water, to miss time in rowing. This derisive phrase for a false stroke may have been derived from the Italian chiappar un gregno, to express the same action. Crabbing to it, carrying an overpress of sail in a fresh gale, by which a ship crabs or drifts sideways to leeward. Crabbler, see crabla. Crab boat, resembles a large jolly boat. Crab capstan, see crab. Crab windlass, a light windlass for barges. Crab yaws, see yaw. Crack, in a crack, immediately. Cracker, so named from the noise it makes in exploding. It is applied to a small pistol. Also to a little hard cabin biscuit, so called from its noise in breaking. Cracknel, a small bark. Also biscuits. Crack officer, one of the best class. To crack on, to carry all sail. Crack order, high regularity. Crack ship, one uncommonly smart in her evolutions and discipline, perhaps from the old English word for a fine boy. Crack is generally used for first-rate or excellent. Cradle, a frame consisting of bilgeways, poppets, etc., on the principle of the wedge, placed under the bottom of a ship and resting on the ways on which it slips, thus launching her steadily into the water, at which time it supports her weight while she slides down the greased ways. The cradle being the support of the ship, she carries it with her into the water, when becoming buoyant, the frame separates from the hull, floats on the surface, and is again collected for similar purposes. Cradles, standing bedsteads made up for wounded seamen, that they may be more comfortable than is possible in a hammock. Boats' chocks are sometimes called cradles. Craft, from the Anglo-Saxon word craft, a trading vessel. It is now a general name for lighters, hoys, barges, etc., employed to load or land any goods or stores. Small craft, the small vessels of war attendant on a fleet, such as cutters, schooners, gunboats, etc., generally commanded by lieutenants. Craft is also a term in sea phraseology for every kind of vessel, especially for a favourite ship. Also all manner of nets, lines, hooks, etc., used in fishing. Crag, a precipitous cliff whose strata, if vertical or nearly so, subdivide into points. Cragger, a small river lighter, mentioned in our early statutes. Cragsman, one who climbs cliffs overhanging the sea to procure sea-fowls or their eggs. Craigflook, the smear-dab or rock flounder. Crake or crake, a ship, a diminutive corrupted from carrack. Crail, see creel. Crail capon, a haddock dried without being split. Crakers, choice soldiers from the time of Henry VIII, perhaps managers of the crakies and therefore early artillery. Crakies, an old term for great guns. Cramp, a machine to facilitate the screwing of two pieces of timber together. Cramper, a yarn or twine worn round the leg as a remedy against cramp. Crampets, the cramp rings of a sword scabbard, ferrule to a staff. Crampings, a nautical phrase to express the fetters and bolts for offenders. Crampoon, see creeper. Cranage, the money paid for the use of a wharf crane, also the permission to use a crane at any wharf or pier. Krantz, a sort of iron cap on the outer end of the bowsprit, through which the jib boom traverses. The name is not unfrequently applied to any boom iron. Crane, a machine for raising and lowering great weights, by which timber and stores are hoisted upon wharfs, etc. Also a kind of catapult for casting stones in ancient warfare. Also pieces of iron or timber at a vessel's sides, used to stow boats or spars upon. Also as many fresh or green unsalted herrings as would fill a barrel. Crane barge, a low flat-floored lump, fitted for the purpose of carrying a crane in aid of marine works. Crane lines, those which formerly went from the spritsail topmast to the middle of the forestay, serving to steady the former. Also small lines for keeping the lee backstays from chafing against the yards. Crang, the carcass of a whale after being flinched or the blubber stripped off. Crank or crank-sided, a vessel by her construction or her stowage, inclined to lean over a great deal, or from insufficient ballast or cargo incapable of carrying sail without danger of overturning. The opposite term is stiff, or the quality of standing well up to her canvas. Cranky expresses a foolish capriciousness. Ships built too deep in proportion to their breadth are notoriously crank. Crank by the ground is a ship whose floor is so narrow that she cannot be brought on the ground without danger. Crank hatches are raised coamings on a steamer's deck to form coverings for the cranks of the engines below. Crank pin, in steam machinery, it goes through both arms of the crank at their extremities. To this pin the connecting rod is attached. Cranks of a marine engine, eccentric as in a turning lathe, the bend or knee pinned on the shafts by which they are moved round with a circular motion. Also iron handles for working pumps, windlasses, etc. Also erect iron forks on the quarter-deck for the capstan bars or other things to be stowed thereon. Also the axis and handle of a grindstone. Also an old term for the sudden or frequent involutions of the planets in their orbits. Crankshaft in a steamer. See intermediate shaft. Crapaud or General Crapaud, Jack's name for a Frenchman, one whom he thinks would be a better sailor if he would but talk English instead of French. Crayer or Crayer, a slow, unwieldy trading vessel of olden times. Thus Shakespeare in Cymbeline, with hydrographic parlance, quote, "Who ever yet could sound thy bottom, find the ooze, to show what coast thy sluggish Crayer might easiliest harbour in." End quote. Crater of a mine, synonymous with funnel, which see. Crevase, an Anglo-Norman word for crayfish. Craven, an old term synonymous with recreant, which see. Kraal, a sort of pen formed by a barrier of stakes and hurdles on the sea-coast to contain fish or turtle. On the coast of Africa, a pen for slaves awaiting shipment. Crawling off, working off a lee shore by slow degrees. Crayfish, a lobster-like crustacean, Astacus fluviatilis, found in fresh water. Crazy, said of a ship in a bad state. Creak, the straining noise made by timbers, cabin bulkheads, and spars in rolling. Creer, a kind of Scottish lighter. See Creer. Creek, a narrow inlet of the sea shoaling suddenly. Also the channels connecting the several branches of a river and lake islands, and one lake or lagoon with another. It differs from a cove in being proportionately deeper and narrower. In law, it is part of a haven where anything is landed from the sea. Creel or crew for fishing. See creel. Kringle. See kringle. Creeper, a small grapnel, iron instrument with 4 claws, for dragging for articles dropped overboard in harbour. When anything falls, a dish or other white object thrown immediately after it will greatly guide the creeping. Crease. See Cris. Cremaille, more commonly called indented, which see, with regard to lines or parapets. Crenelle, a loophole in a fortress. Cring. See crang. Creole. This term applies in the West Indies and Spanish America, etc., to a person of European and unmixed origin, but colonial born. Crepusculum. See twilight. Crespi, a northern term for a small whale or a grampus. Cresset, a beacon light set on a watch tower. Cresset, a small crease or dagger. Crest, the highest part of a mountain or range of mountains and the summit of a sea wave. Crew comprehends every officer and man on board ship, born as complement on the books. There are in ships of war several particular crews or gangs, as the gunners, carpenters, sailmakers, blacksmiths, armourers, and coopers' crews. Crib, a small berth in a packet. Crick, a small jack-screw. Crimps, detested agents who trepanned seamen by treating, advancing money, etc., by which the dupes become indebted, and when well plied with liquor are induced to sign articles, and are shipped off, only discovering their mistake on finding themselves at sea, robbed of all they possessed. Kringle, a short piece of rope, worked grommet fashion into the bolt rope of a sail, and containing a metal ring or thimble. The use of the kringle is generally to hold the end of some rope, which is fastened thereto for the purpose of drawing up the sail to its yard, or extending the skirts or leach by means of bowline bridles to stand upon a side wind. The word seems to be derived from the Old English crinkled, or circularly formed. Kringles should be made of the strands of new bolt rope. Those for the reef and reef tackle pendant are struck through holes made in the tablings. Crinkle, the kringle or loop in the leach of a sail. To cripple, to disable an enemy's ship by wounding his masts, yards, and steerage gear, thereby placing him hors de combat. Crisscross, the mark of a man who cannot write his name. Croaker, a tropical fish which makes a criss noise. Croquet, a term applied to plank when it curves much in short lengths. Crotchet, a hagbut or hand cannon, anciently in use. Crock, Anglo-Saxon croca, an earthen mess vessel, and the usual vegetables were called crock herbs. In the Faerie Queene, Spenser cites the utensil, quote, "Therefore the vulgar did about him flock, like foolish flies about an honeycrock." End quote. Crocodiles, a designation for those who served in Egypt under Lord Keith. Crochach, the mode of pronouncing crossjack, which see. Cronag, in the Manx and Erse, signifies a rock that can be seen before low water. Crooked catch, an iron implement bent in the form of the letter S. Crooks, crooked timbers, short arms or branches of trees. Crooner, the grey gurnard, Trigula gurnardus, so called on account of the creaking noise it makes after being taken. Crossbars, round bars of iron, bent at each end, used as levers to turn the shank of an anchor. Crossbar shot, the famed crossbar shot, or properly bar shot, used by the Americans. When folded, it presented a bar or complete shot, and could thus be placed in the gun, but as it left the muzzle it expanded to a cross, with 4/4 of a shot at its radial points. It was used to destroy the rigging as well as do execution amongst men. Crossbit, the same as crosspiece, which see. Crossboard, board with holes alternately on the edges of planks to separate the fastenings so as to avoid splitting the timbers or beams. Crossbow, an ancient weapon of our fleet when also in use on shore. Cross-chocks, large pieces of timber fade across the deadwood amidships to make good the deficiency of the heels of the lower futtocks. Crossfish, a northern name for the asterias or starfish, so called from the Norwegian korsfisk, also the Uraster rubens. Cross-grained, not straight-grained as in good wood, hence the perverse and vexatious disposition of the ne'er-do-wells, as Cotton's Juno, "that cross-grained, peevish, scolding queen," quote unquote. Cross-head. In a steamer's engine is on the top of the piston rod athwart the cylinder, and there is another fitted to the air pump, both having side rods. See cylinder crosshead. Crossing a ship's wake. When a ship sails over the transient track which another has just passed, that is, passes close astern of her. Crossing the cables in the hatchway. A method by which the operation of coiling is facilitated. It alludes to hempen cables which are now seldom used. Cross in the hawse is when a ship moored with 2 anchors from the bows has swung the wrong way once, whereby the 2 cables lie across each other. To cross a vessel's hawse is to sail across the line of her course, a little ahead of her. Crossjack yard, pronounced crojack yard. The lower yard on the mizzenmast, to the arms of which the clews of the mizzen topsail are extended. The term is applied to any fore and aft vessels setting a square sail, flying below the lower cross trees. It is now very common in merchant ships to set a sail called a crojack upon this yard. Cross pawls, see cross spales. Crosspiece, the transverse timber of the bitts, also a rail of timber extending over the windlass of some merchant ships from the knightheads to the belfry. It is furnished with wooden pins to fasten the running rigging to, as occasion requires. Cross pieces, short pieces laid across the keel of a line of battleship, and scarfed to the lower ends of the first futtocks as strengtheners. Cross sea, a sea not caused by the wind then blowing. During a heavy gale which changes quickly, a cyclone for instance, each change of wind produces a direction of the sea which lasts for some hours after the wind which caused it has changed, so that in part of the sea which has experienced all the changes of one of these gales, the sea runs up in pyramids, sending the tops of the waves perpendicularly into the air, which are then spread by the prevailing wind. The effect is awfully grand and dangerous, for it generally renders a ship ungovernable until it abates. Cross-summer, a beam of timber. Cross spales or spalls, temporary beams nailed across a vessel to keep the sides together and support the ship in frame until the deck knees are fastened. Cross staff, see forestaff. Cross swell. This is similar to a cross sea, except that it undulates without breaking violently. Cross tail. In a steam engine, is of the same form as the cylinder crosshead. It has iron straps catching the pins in the ends of the side levers. Cross tide. The varying directions of the flow amongst shoals that are under water. See current. Cross timbers. See cross piece. Cross trees. Certain timbers supported by the cheeks and trestle trees at the upper ends of the lower and top masts, athwart which they are laid to sustain the frame of the tops on the one and to extend the top gallant shrouds on the other. Crotched yard. The old orthography for crojack yard. Which see. Crotches. See crutch. Crow or crowbar. An iron lever, furnished with a sharp point at one end and two claws on a slight bevel bend at the other, to prise or remove weighty bodies like pieces of timber, to draw spike nails, etc., also to direct and manage the great guns. Crowdy. Meal and milk mixed in a cold state, but sometimes a mere composition of oatmeal and boiled water, eaten with treacle or butter and sugar as condiment. To crowd sail. To carry an extraordinary press of canvas on a ship, as in pursuit of or flight from an enemy, etc. Crowfoot. A number of small lines spreading out from an oeuvre, or long block, used to suspend the awnings by, or to keep the topsails from striking violently and fretting against the top rims. See eufro. Also a kind of stand, attached to the end of mess tables and hooked to a beam above. Crowfoot or beam arm is also a crooked timber, extended from the side of a beam to the ship's side, in the wake of the hatchway, supplying the place of a beam. Crow's foot is the name of the four-pointed irons thrown in front of a position, to hamper the advance of cavalry and other assailants, for in whatsoever way they fall, one point is upwards. The phrase of crow's feet is also jocularly applied to the wrinkles spreading from the outer corner of the eyes, a joke used both by Chaucer and Spenser. Crown. A common denomination in most parts of Europe for a silver coin, varying in local value from 2s. 6d. sterling to 8s. See also prerogative. Crown of an anchor. The place where the arms are joined to the shank and unite at the throat. Crown of a gale. Its extreme violence. In fortification, to crown is to effect a lodgment on the top of. Thus the besieger crowns the covered way when he occupies with his trenches the crest of the glacis. Crown or double crown. A knot is to pass the strands of a rope over and under each other above the knot by way of finish. See knot. Crowning. The finishing part of some knots on the end of a rope to prevent the ends of the strands becoming loose. They are more particularly useful in all kinds of stoppers. See wall knot and crown. Crown work. In fortification, the largest definite form of outwork, having for its head two contiguous bastioned fronts, and for its sides two long straight faces, flanked by the artillery fire of the place. Or a detached work, according to the circumstances of the ground, requiring such advanced occupation. Crow purse. The egg capsule of a skate. Crow shell. A fresh-water mussel. Crow's nest. A small shelter for the lookout man, sometimes made with a cask at the top gallant masthead of whalers, whence fish are espied. Also for the ice master to note the lanes or open spaces in the ice. Croy. An enclosure on the sea beach in the north for catching fish. When the tide flows, the fishes swim over the wattles, but are left by the ebbing of the water. Crew. See creel. Crew herring, the shad. Clupea allosa. Crewer. See crare. Cruise or cruise. A voyage in quest of an enemy expected to sail through any particular tract of the sea at a certain season, the seeker traversing the cruising latitude under easy sail, backward and forward. The parts of seas frequented by whales are called the cruising grounds of whalers. Cruisers. Small men of war, made use of in the Channel and elsewhere to secure our merchant ships from the enemy's small frigates and privateers. They were generally such as sailed well and were well manned. Creeves. Enclosed spaces in a dam or weir for taking salmon. Crummy. Fleshy or corpulent. Crupper. the train tackle ring bolt in a gun carriage. Cruzado, see cruzado. Crutch or crotch, a support fixed upon the taffrail for the main boom of a sloop, brig, cutter, etc., and a chock for the driver boom of a ship when their respective sails are furled. Also crooked timber inside the after peak of a vessel for securing the heels of the cant or half timbers. They are fayed and bolted on the foot-wailing. Also stanchions of wood or iron whose upper parts are forked to receive masts, yards, and other spars, and which are fixed along the sides and gangways. Crutches are used instead of rowlocks, and also on the sides of large boats, to support the oars and spars. Cruzado, a Portuguese coin of 480 reis, value 2 shillings 7 1/4 sterling in Portugal. In England, 2 shillings to 2 shillings 2d. End of section 27. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 28 of The Sailor's Word Book, A to C, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. CU to CY. Cupbridge heads, the old bulkheads of the forecastle and half-decks, wherein were placed the murderers, or guns for clearing the decks in emergency. Cube, a solid body enclosed by 6 square sides or faces. A cubical foot is 12 inches square every way of any solid substance. Cubhouse, or caboose, see caboose. Cubiculati, Roman ships furnished with cabins. Cuckold's knot, or neck, a knot by which a rope is secured to a spar, the 2 parts of the rope crossing each other and seized together. Cudbear, see corker, a violet dye, archil, a test. Cudberdoose, the Cuthbert duck, a bird of the Farne Isles off Northumberland. Cuddick, cuddy, or cuddle, all derived from cuttlefish, varieties of sepia used for baits. Cuddy, or cuddin, one of the many names for the coalfish, a staple article of the coast of Scotland. The Gadus carbonarius is taken nearly all the year round by fishing from the rocks, and by means of landing nets. If this fish be not delicate, it is at least nutritious, and as it contains much oil, it furnishes light as well as food. Cudding, a northern name for the char. Cuddy, a sort of cabin or cookroom, generally in the forepart, but sometimes near the stern of lighters and barges of burden. In the oceanic traders, it is a cabin abaft, under the roundhouse or poop deck, for the commander and his passengers, also the little cabin of a boat. Cuddy legs, a name in the north for large herrings. Cuirass, armor or covering for the breast, anciently made of hide. Cuirassiers, horse soldiers who wear the cuirass, a piece of defensive armor, covering the body from the neck to the waist. Cuisse, armor to protect the thighs. Collagium, an archaic law term for the laying up of a ship in the dock to be repaired. Culch, see oyster bed. Culloch, a species of bivalve mollusk on our northern shores, the Telina rhomboides. Culmination is nautical astronomy in the transit or passage of any celestial body over the meridian of a place. Culring, an old corruption of culverin. Cultellus, see cutel. Culver, a Saxon word for pigeon, whence Culver Cliff, reculvers, etc., from being resorted to by those birds. Latin, columba, B and V are often interchanged. Culverin, an ancient cannon of about 5½ inches bore and from 9 to 12 feet long, carrying a ball of 18 pounds, with the first graze at 180 paces. Formerly a favorite sea gun, its random range being 2,500 paces. The name is derived from a snake, colubar, or a dragon being sculptured upon it, thus forming handles. Culver tail, the fastenings of a ship's carlings into the beams. culver-tailed, fastened by dovetailing, a way of letting one timber into another so that they cannot slip asunder. Culward, the archaic term for a coward. Cumulo-cirrostratus, a horizontal sheet of cloud with cirrus above and cumulus beneath. It is better known as the nimbus or rain cloud. Cumulostratus, this is the twain cloud, so called because the stratus blends with the cumulus. It is most frequent during a changeable state of the barometer. Cumulus, a cloud indicative of fair weather when it is small. It is sometimes seen in dense heaps, whence it obtained the name of stacken cloud. It is then a forerunner of change. To cund, to give notice which way a shoal of fish is gone. Cunette, see cuvette. Cun or con, see con. Cunning, a northern name for the lamprey. Cup, a solid piece of cast iron let into the step of the capstan, and in which the iron spindle at the heel of the capstan works. Also colloquially used for come, as cup, let me alone. Cupola ship, Captain Cole's, the cupola being discontinued, now called turret ship, which see. Cur, an East Country term for the bullhead. To cure, to salt meat or fish. Curfish, a small kind of dogfish. Curriette, a breastplate made of leather. Curl, the bending over or disruption of the ice, causing it to pile, also the curl of the surf on the shore. Curl cloud, the same as cirrus, which see. Curlew, a well-known coast bird with a long curved bill, the Numenius arquatus. Curragh, a skiff formerly used on the Scottish coasts. Curracurra, a peculiarly fast boat among the Malay Islands. Current, a certain progressive flowing of the sea in one direction, by which all bodies floating therein are compelled, more or less, to submit to the stream. The setting of the current is that point of the compass towards which the waters run, and the drift of the current is the rate it runs at in an hour. Currents are general and particular, the former depending on causes in constant action, the latter on occasional circumstances. See direction. Current sailing, the method of determining the true motion of a ship when, besides being acted upon by the wind, she is drifting by the effect of a current. A due allowance must therefore be made by the navigator. Courier, a small musketoon with a swivel mounting. Cursor, the moving wire in a reading microscope. Curtain, in fortification, that part of the rampart which is between the flanks of two opposite bastions, which are thereby connected. Curtal or curtald, an ancient piece of ordnance used in our early fleets, apparently a short one. Curtate distance, an astronomical term denoting the distance of a body from the sun or earth projected upon the ecliptic. Curtle axe, the old term for cutlass or cutlace. Curved fire, a name coming into use with the increasing application of the fire of heavy and elongated shells to long-range bombardment and cannonade. It is intermediate between horizontal and vertical fire, possessing much of the accuracy and direct force of the former, as well as of the searching properties of the latter. Curve of the coast, when the shore alternately recedes and projects gradually so as to trend towards a curve shape. Kusaforn, a long open whaleboat of Japan. Cushies, armor for the thighs, the same as cuisse. Tusk, a fine table fish taken in cod schools, see tusk or torsk. Cusps, the extremities of a crescent moon or inferior planet. Cussels, the green bone or viviparous blenny. Custom, the toll paid by merchants to the crown for goods exported or imported, otherwise called duty, custom of the country, a small present to certain authorities in the less frequented ports, being equally gift and bribe. Custom house, an office established on the frontiers of a state or in some chief city or port, for the receipt of customs and duties imposed by authority of the sovereign, and regulated by writs or books of rates. Custom house agent, he who transacts the relative business of passing goods as to the entries required for the ship's clearance. Custom house officers, a term comprehending all the officials employed in enforcing the customs. Cut, a narrow boat channel, a canal. To cut, to renounce acquaintance with anyone. To cut and run, to cut the cable for an escape, also to move off quickly, to quit occupation, to be gone. To cut and thrust, to give point with a sword after striking a slash. To cut a stick, to make off clandestinely. Cut your stick, be off, or go away. Cute, sharp, crafty, apparently from acute, but some insist that it is the Anglo-Saxon word cuth, rather meaning certain, known, or familiar. Cuth, a name given in Orkney and Shetland to the coalfish before it is fully grown, perhaps the same as piltock, which see. Cutlass or cutlass, a sabre which was lightly curved, but recently applied to the small-handled swords supplied to the navy, the cutlash of Jack. By Shakespeare, called a curtle-axe. Thus Rosalind, preparing to disguise herself as a man, is made to say, quote, "A gallant curtle-axe upon my thigh." End quote. Cut line, the space between the bilges of two casks stowed end to end. Cut off, a term used to denote a vessel's being seized by stratagem by the natives, and the crew being murdered, also to intercept a retreat. Cut of the jib, a phrase for the aspect of a vessel or person. To cut out, to attack and carry a vessel by a boat force, one of the most dashing and desperate services practised by Nelson and Cochrane, of which latter that of cutting out the Esmeralda at Callao stands unequalled. Cutter, a small, single-masted, sharp-built, broad vessel, commonly navigated in the English Channel, furnished with a straight running bowsprit, occasionally run in horizontally on the deck, except for which, and the largeness of the sails, they are rigged much like sloops, either clincher or carvel built, no jib stay, the jib hoisting and hanging by the halyards alone. She carries a fore and aft mainsail, gaff topsail, stay foresail, and jib. The name is derived from their fast sailing. The cutter, as HMS Dwarf, has been made to set every sail, even royal studding sails, skyscrapers, moonrakers, stargazers, water and below-water sails that could be set by any vessel on one mast. One of the largest which has answered effectually was the Viper, of 460 tons and 28 guns. This vessel was very useful during the American War, particularly by getting into Gibraltar at a critical period of the siege. Cutter brig, a vessel with square sails, a fore and aft mainsail, and a jiggermast with a smaller one. See ketch. Cutters of a ship are broader for their length, deeper and shorter in proportion than the barge or pinnace, are fitter for sailing, and commonly employed in carrying light stores, passengers, etc., to and from the ships. Some are clench built. They generally row 10 oars. Others of similar build only 4, which last are termed jolly boats. The cutters for ships of the line are carvel built of 25 feet and fit for anchor work. Cutter stay fashion, the turning in of a dead-eye with the end of the shroud down. To cut the cable, a manoeuvre sometimes necessary for making a ship cast the right way, or when the anchor cannot be weighed. Cutty, a name on our northern coasts for the black guillemot, Aurea grille. Cutting, the adjusting of a cask or spar, or turning it round. Cutting a feather. It is common when a ship has too broad a bow to say, "She will not cut a feather," meaning that she will not pass through the water so swift as to make less foam or froth. Cutting down, taking a deck off a ship, as ships of the line are converted into frigates, the Royal Sovereign into a turret ship, etc. Cutting down is also a dangerous midshipman's trick, and sometimes practised by the men. It consists in cutting the lanyard of a cot or hammock in which a person is then asleep, and letting him fall, lumpus, either by the head or the feet. Cutting down line, an elliptical curve line used by shipwrights in the delineation of ships. It determines the depth of all the floor timbers, and likewise the height of the deadwood fore and aft. It is limited in the middle of the ship by the thickness of the floor timbers, and abaft by the breadth of the keelson, and must be carried up so high upon the stern as to leave sufficient substance for the breaches of the rising timbers. Cutting his painter, making off suddenly or clandestinely, or departed this life. Cutting in, making the special directions for taking the blubber off a whale, which is flinched by taking off circularly ribbons of the skin with blubber attached, the animal being made to turn in the water as the purchases at the mastheads heave it upwards. Cutting out, a night meal or forage in the officer's pantry. Cutting out or in polar phraseology, is performed by sawing canals in a floe of ice to enable a ship to regain open water. Cutting rigging. This includes the act of measuring it. Cuttlefish, a common marine animal of the genus Sepia and class Cephalopoda. It has 10 tentacles or arms ranged round the mouth, 2 being of much greater length than the others. When in danger it ejects a black inky substance, darkening the water for some distance round. The oval internal calcareous shell, cuttlebone, often found lying on the beach, was formerly much used in pharmacy. Cuts, flat-bottomed horse-ferry boats of a former day. Cutty-gun, a northern term for a short pipe. Cut-water, the foremost part of a vessel's prow, or the sharp part of the knee of a ship's head below the beak. It cuts or divides the water before reaching the bow, which would retard its progress. It is fade to the forepart of the main stem. See knee of the head. Cuvette, also called cunette, a deeper trench cut along the middle of a dry moat. A ditch within a ditch, generally carried down till there be water to fill it. Comm, or comb, a British word signifying an inlet, valley, or low place, where the hilly sides round together in a concave form, the sides of a glyn being, on the contrary, convex. Cycle, a term generally applied to an interval of time in which the same phenomena recur. Cycle of eclipses, a period of about 6,586 days, which is the time of a revolution of the moon's node. After the lapse of this period, the eclipses recur in the same order as before, with few exceptions. This cycle was known to the ancients under the name of Saros. Cycloid, a geometrical curve of the higher kind. Cyclone, see typhoon. Cylinder, the body of a pump, any tubular part of an engine. Charge cylinder of a gun is the part which receives the powder and ball, the remaining portion being styled the vacant cylinder. Especially in marine steam engines, the cylindrical metal tube, with a diameter proportionate to the power of the engine, of which it may be termed the chief part, since it contains the active steam. Also a cartridge box for the service of artillery. See cartridge box. Cylinder cover. In the steam engine is a metal lid with a hole in the center for the piston rod to work through. Cylinder crosshead, an adaptation on the top of the piston rod, stretching out athwart the cylinder, from the ends of which the side rods hang. Cylinder escape valves, small conical valves at each end of the cylinder, for the purpose of letting off any water that may collect above or below the piston. Cylinder powder, that made upon the improved method of charring the wood to be used as charcoal in iron cylinders. All British government gunpowder is now made thus. Ciphering, a term in carpentry. See ciphered. End of section 28. End of the Sailor's Word Book, A to C. By W. H. Smyth. Read by Czandra.